Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Welcome to another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today is an exciting one. Welcome. We are going to be discussing the rising sign of yours truly, the one and only Leo rising. My tiny little golden UFOs. Today's episode ought to be some fun. For those of you who have been watching this series, we are currently discussing my series talking about the rising signs. What is the rising sign all about? What is the specific characteristics of somebody with this rising sign? Now, a lot of the times when you hear about a rising sign, you're going to hear just the quantitative things about Leo. Leo is this and that. In this series, I've been going through a tropical Vedic sort of reception on what makes the characteristics of a rising sign what it is. And a huge part of that involves something which we kind of call, it's like a whole sign system. Although, if whatever system you use, try to understand that I also use cusps, and sometimes the cusps don't line up with the whole sign system. It's kind of like both. But the Vedic people have signs from the rising sign ruling what's called house lords. Bhaveshas is the right word. So for Leo is the first house. Virgo rules the second house. So Mercury channels the second house. Libra rules the third house. So Venus channels the third house, no matter what cusps are in it. So this is very tropical Vedic kind of stuff. And in my opinion, it shows why. That's like the bones of why, when we talk about Leo rising, why do they have difficulty in love? It's because Saturn rules the sixth house, which is a difficult house, and the seventh, which is the house of love. As well, Venus, the planet of relationships, rules the 10th house of career, Taurus, which shows that we kind of have an interest in using our love as a foundational stepping stone for balancing our emotions so that we can have an elastic, diplomatic grooviness when we apply ourselves in our career. And it's got a hungriness because it also rules the hungry third house, Venus, Libra. So we're going to kind of start talking about all this stuff as we go along. And I'm glad you're all here. Now, this is a live stream, of course. I can already see my friend Susie Underwood. Hello, Susie. If anybody wants to ask me any questions as we go along, I usually tend to, there are some discussions I have where I try to really cater to the audience. But most times when we do these videos, there's a lot of information to go through. I expect this to be about 3 hours long. That's what it tends to go for. So if you have questions, though, feel free, and I'll try to do my best to eyeball them and see if I can answer them as best as I can, because this is part of the fun. Me being a Leo, like I am, I have to balance what's within with who's in front, or else I'm just jerking off in front of a mirror to myself, which I only do like twice a week, so I don't want to do that too much. So, in the interest of trying to keep this as auspicious and spiritual as possible, the body is auspicious, and sexuality is, to me, part of the spirit. That's why I like to be goofy in that way, but hopefully I didn't lose some people with that last comment. But those who are still here, let's get started. So the first thing we're going to go through, usually I have a whole presentation planned for all these videos. As I said, this is my rising sign. So I'm going to do my best to speak objectively to it. I'm going to do the usual presentation I have, and I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. We'll see how that goes. But, I'm going to mention things that I've got going on and just see how I relate to my experience of this rising sign. I figure I should. Might as well, This is part of the cult of personality that is my channel. So As we go along, I'm going to be mentioning how I relate to the experience of being a Leo rising. And with that, I'm also going to try to, when you are the astrological figure that you're talking about, it's easy to get so wrapped up in your own experience that you're not conveying honestly the energy of just the rising sign. I'm sure I could talk about Leo has Scorpio for its 4th house and say a whole bunch of things about it, but it's not going to exactly resonate with everybody because I got the Sun and Mars and Pluto in Scorpio. So just keep that caveat in mind, and I'm going to keep it in mind as well. I'm going to play around with it, but ultimately we're going to try to stick to being objective. And as usual, this is a live stream. Feel free to ask any questions. Have fun. Let's rock and roll. Now, first of all, Now, let's begin with a little bit on the symbolism of the planetary glyphs. And this little section actually comes from this book. This is called Astrology, a Cosmic Science by Isabelle M. Hickey. I'm a tropical Vedic astrologer, and I started off really getting into the Western astrology first. This book has a great, for a Western astrologer, I think it's a good sort of little compendium. It's very deep, and it's not really cookbookish, although it has the cookbook elements. What is just Leo like, When you read anything in astrology, you can look at these little ingredients, like let's say Leo lagna, Leo rising. It's kind of like putting an onion in a soup. It's good to talk about what the... Hopefully I'm not... my computer just skipped, and hopefully I haven't lost the audio tracking that has been happening lately. Oh well, we're going to see what we can do here. So, let's read a little bit of what Isabelle M. Hickey can tell us about the symbolism of the planetary glyph of the sun. The basic building blocks of the planetary glyphs are represented by the following. Typically, you're going to find the circle, the crescent, and the cross. These are all the things that you're generally going to find in the symbols of the planets. The circle represents that which is boundless, eternal, infinite, without beginning and without end. The Atma, the spirit. It's often represented by the serpent swallowing its own tail. Of course, this is important for the sun. Whatever we do with the sun feels eternally, spiritually important to us. And we need to be validated for it as something that we do, especially for men. Men are what they do in a lot of ways. Now, there's a lot that we could really speak to there, and we'll probably speak a bit when we get into the actual symbol of the sun. The spirit is something that's eternal. That's why it's circular in this way. And it's something that we're always going to need to convey in this life. This is why Leos can be so anal about the things that are important to them. It's because while some things may dribble off in life, and Leos have to learn to detach from things, that's for sure. Having the moon ruling the 12th really kind of shows this in a way. A big part of their personality is the things that they have to let go of. Personality, moon, letting go, 12th house. Oh, shoot. Okay, great. Thank you, Susie. So, it looks like my friend Susie's telling me that I think I need to restart. Yeah, I need to restart my live stream. I don't know why this keeps happening. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, folks, is I'm going to temporarily stop the stream, and then I'm going to come back, and hopefully the streaming issue is going to be fixed. So it'll just take one moment here. If you want to hang out and stay with me, hopefully this shouldn't take too long. Gotta love that technology. Shoot. It looks like we are still in this weird thing happening here, aren't we? I'm up. Thank you, Jessica. Okay. Okay, we're good. Awesome. Thank you, team. God bless you, girls. I appreciate you guys. Okay, we're live here, folks. You guys can see me. Thank you to my wonderful, wonderful headquarters, my ground control. I've got some people in my audience who are letting me know that we had a little blip there. Now you guys can see me again. Just feel free to let me know if that happens again. My computer's been being a little weird lately. I got to deal with it. But for now, we're going to keep rocking and rolling. Hello, Belkis Padilla. Nice to see you from Florida. So, the circle is important for all of us. I was saying that Leo is, the personality is centered on the things that are important for the soul to express. That's why Leos are so creative. I should say the personality in the sense of the rising sign, in the mind, which is the moon. The emotional personality has to do a lot of letting go, because Cancer rules the 12th house for Leo. But we're going to get there. Now, when you see the crescent in astrology, it represents the sort of like the moon, the half circle. You'll see the crescent in many glyphs in astrology. And then there's the cross. Now, the only important one here to the sun is the circle. Now, you guys can watch other videos to check out these other symbols. But today we're talking about the sun. The circle represents the eternal self that did not start here and does not finish here on earth. The dot in the middle represents the divine spark of now, the present moment, at the center of every living cell. The light which lighteth every man which cometh into the world, as it is said in some old biblical literature. So what we read from Isabelle M. Hickey is that in the blueprint of the chart, the sun represents the main expression of the individual. It's the heart and core of beingness. The sun has a different effect on individuals born at different times of the year. According to the sign and house in which the sun is placed, we are generally able to judge the vitality and physique, the qualities of leadership, and the individual's ability to be successful in life, wherever the sun is by sign and house. Leadership, ability to be successful in life. Where the sun is placed by house is where the ability to make a significant contribution to life lies. And this is very important. And, I'm going to be talking about how some of you, if you're interested, I recently did a Graha Sutras video on the sun. It's useful for everybody to look at to see what the nature of the sun is all about. But Leo risings in particular might get a little bit out of that as well, because we go deeper into the guts of what the sun is all about. Now, in a personal chart, the sun represents the basic drive for significance, an urge for power. That can be, that's an interesting way to put it. Sometimes power just means being in your own kingdom, being in a place where you can rule and make decisions and creatively apply your will in a way that has no resistance. The sun represents the will. A powerful sun means very great power to do and to be. And a powerful sun, how we would describe what exactly it means to have a powerful sun. Different traditions have a different idea of it. There's lots to be discussed in the Vedic. It has to do with aspects, has to do with the time of day, time of year, the house it's in, the sign it's in, the Shadbala, the Vimshopak, all the divisional charts. These are all a lot of Vedic stuff. Now, in a female chart, the sun represents male relationships and her interaction with male relationships, especially in particular her father. That's for female charts and for those who identify with being a female or with the female energy. The sun represents vital energy from etheric levels. It's the prana. It represents a sort of constitutional strength. It rules the heart and the spine in, medical astrology. So we've just discussed some of the guts of what the sun represents, and of course the sun rules Leo. Leo rising gets its qualities from its ruling planet, which is the sun, the center of the zodiac. So that's why Leos tend to really be the centrifugal force of decision-making and leadership when it comes to any creative group. Leo risings, as well as people with a general strong emphasis of the sun. Now, we're going to just read a little bit on the nature of the Leo ascendant, and this is coming from, again, Isabelle Hickey, Astrology, a Cosmic Science. Just to get a little bit of just sort of a gumball picture of what the Leo ascendant personality is like. When we read that Leo is on the ascendant, what we hear is the person is self-confident. They are romantic and sentimental. They are emotional and extroverted. Leo can be courageous, but sometimes foolhardy, a little too stubborn, a little too even foolhardy, like thinking like, I have to face this thing and confront this thing because it's spiritual. My masculine aspect of within me has to brace itself against the resistance to my will now, or else it'll always repeat as me being weak. So I have to face this now. And meanwhile, it's something, sometimes that attitude can get you like fighting things or people that just don't need to be fought. Leo rising loves to take risks. They have a zest for life. They're impulsive, but they do tend to be faithful to those that they love. It's like Sagittarius ruling the 5th house kind of caters a bit to that statement. Impulsive, but Jupiter ruling the 5th house does show a faith in doing things with those they love and kind of getting through the junk, especially because Sagittarius rules the 5th house. Sagittarius rules the 5th house of Leo, and Pisces rules the 8th, as we're going to talk about. It's not just a faith, it's also a desire to explore and research the truth of the faith that Leo has in those that they love. It's the 8th house, is a research house. So Jupiter shows where a Leo is going to apply the romance of love and then explore it. How far can our love really take me, but also us? The Leo can be stubborn in a sunny sort of way. Interesting. They tend to like sports and activity out of doors. Love me some sun. There's a strong vitality, but certainly a need to keep the spine supple by exercise. They tend to have large shoulders, small hips, like the lion, depending on the person's constitution. Leo can be quick-tempered, but can't really stay angry. They don't generally like to stay angry. Like the lion, they roar and lash their tail a bit. Then the storm dies down. Don't walk on their dignity or hurt their pride. The Leo forgives but does not forget. Their need for love is very great. If the Leo is frustrated, they have no desire to live. And psychological heart trouble can lead to trouble with the physical heart. So love and the emotions is something that's very important for Leo. Leo, the 5th house is a naturally romantic house, as we know, the number 5. And Leo is the natural 5th sign. So to have Leo on the ascendant resonating with the 5th natural sign as the first house, we can see that there is a desire for true romance in the Leo. And that true romance can come in many forms. You know, if somebody's a real mystical person and they are a monk sitting in a mountain in the Himalayas, you might find them having a romance with the divine within them. There's a spark of God inside of all of us, and the Leo finds themselves like a princess awaiting the hand of the dark prince of the unknown and of the higher dimensions of the soul, and it's a romance. They leave it flowers. They do these sorts of things. I love you. So this romance comes through. It can come through in their career, how they apply themselves to music. It's that they're in love with it, and that's this type of love that brings out part of their creative character. Susie says that the tender-hearted, nostalgic qualities of Leo have surprised her in the past. Leos do seem more forgiving than one would think. I mean, the ability to forgive it's something that the chart needs to show. But generally, Leos they're not out to hold on to negative hatred unless there are other things going on in the chart that show that. You know, if you've got K2 in the nakshatra of Ardra and you're looking to destroy the bad people in the world, the Leo has a big agenda. The person has a big agenda of knocking down the evils of the world. A Leo rising still needs to work with people in groups in order to come together and do that agenda. And along that path, along that way, meeting with the people who they're building the vehicle of that sort of thing, the people that they work with, they're forgiving too. Let's forgive and forget. We're on a team here. Us bickering is not going to get us any farther from me doing my will. That's where the Leo is really at. Okay, guys, I'm done arguing. Let's just focus here. Let's all, Leo can be unfortunately, Leo can be so objective-minded. I'm learning this by being with my girlfriend. God bless her. She's humbled me very well, and she's humble herself. I have a girlfriend. I've had one right now for 4 years, and it's been a very humbling process for a Leo like me. But there's so many times where I just want to say, okay, we're all pissed here. Let's just our emotions don't matter. What matters is what we're doing. And then my girlfriend says, nope, hold on. It matters to me that we work out this emotional stuff. Once we work out this emotional stuff, then we can do what the Leo wants to do, which is to do whatever we were doing. Leo has to realize sometimes that their will, that explosiveness of the will, it causes the stubbornness that we're talking about. It's mostly emotions that this happens for a Leo. But if you are willing to adapt, listen within, drop the ego, which is the role the self plays in the reality that's happening, you'll find that the space will be made for your shining, special, significant role if you kind of let go of it a little bit and enter at places that are responsive to the people around you. Leo has Aquarius, Saturn ruling Aquarius, the 7th house. Leos are not going to get anywhere without a good Saturn. We'll talk about that as we go along. But I'm glad that we talked about the nature of Leo rising, just some general characteristics, That's why I always like to show that little bit. So I believe the next thing that we're going to talk about, I guess I don't have it in here. We're going to get into something else. But before we do, I want to speak a little bit I want to see if I'm on the right thing here. I'm not going to be able to see it. That's okay. So the next thing I want to do is just bring up the idea of the avatars and the deities of the grahas. The grahas means planets in Vedic astrology. Graha means grasper. We are all pure awareness, but we are all moving through past karma. The planets are a reflection of our past karma. Beyond our past karma is the transcendental absolute of the soul, the pure awareness, the true essential nature inside of us. The planets show partly what that is, but the entanglements of the planets also show entanglements of karma that grip our pure awareness. But ultimately, we are all the sun. We are all pure awareness if we meditate and observe that and see that. Now, one of the things I wanted to speak to, again, I've also got another series going on called the Graha Sutras by Ernst Wilhelm. You can find my video. I've done at least a video on the sun. So you can look up that video and see more of the nature of the sun, which rules Leo. That video is useful if you're a Leo Atmakarika, or if you just generally have a huge emphasis of the sun in your chart. But in any case, for this video, it's important for us to discuss, the figure of Rama, because I think it's an important story conveying the nature of the sun. Now, I'm going to give it short thrift, because we got a lot to go through today. But essentially, the character of Rama is the central figure in a wonderful, beautiful Vedic literature. It's like an old epic poem. It's called the Ramayana. If anybody has heard of the Ramayana, you'll know what I'm talking about. There are versions out there. There's an English version that's like Penguin Books, and even that one is just, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I can't even describe how universal it is to the human experience and to love. But not just love, but also the soul and the spirit. Leo is the arbiter, is ruled by the sun, and the sun is the central part of all of us. So this story about Rama and the Ramayana and love, and what love on earth means to the love for the soul within, and the tension between those two, is something universal to everybody. But it's especially significant to Leo. As we've been mentioning, Leo is the tough thing. Love is the tough thing for Leo. But just like with anything, with any astrological sign, with any astrological figure, it's the tough parts, it's the weaknesses that we can unbuckle, that we can apply ourselves to with objectivity, with sensitivity, with self-forgiveness, and invert the weakness into a strength if we have the power of objectivity and self-awareness. The character of Rama in the Ramayana is a king. I mean, he's a prince at first when he's young. He's raised to be a king, and in this story, there is some karma that goes on in this ancient kingdom. Everybody is the king in their own kingdom. Everybody is the sun. Everybody is God incarnate. But being here on planet Earth, we find that the material world has its own 666, has its own material gravity. And, the 666666666 can't fully become a complete and harmonious number. So that's why all of us on Earth have to adapt. That's, the moon. That's like astrology. If we didn't have to adapt, if the perfection of the soul didn't have to adapt to the imperfection of material reality, then we would all just be in nirvana right now. We all are in nirvana. We just got to cleanse the mirror. But since we are infinite, eternal beings of creative spirit, living on a finite planet with finite time, finite resources, we have to experience karma. Now, the character of Rama in this story has some karma that he has to go through. Essentially, how it goes is that there is a demon that is born named Ravana, and he's causing a whole bunch of trouble. So what happens is that Vishnu is born as Rama. Vishnu is the character of the meditative sage-like intelligence that defeats this demon. And it's born in the form of Rama, who has a desire to do what the sun is all about, which is to sacrifice for what the soul is supposed to do. And this is why the character of the sun is someone who sacrifices. It's the main shtick of this whole story. Sacrifice and the true love of the spirit within means that at some level you have to let go of the emotional attachments you have to the world outside of you, even though the love for what you have in the world outside of you is very important. It's kind of a sad, heavy story. Essentially, Rama's love, named Sita, gets kidnapped by Ravana. Now, as well, something happens with Rama's... Rama has a brother, I think, and Rama's brother and Rama are kind of tussling for the throne. And Rama's aunt does something that makes it so that... I wish I had kind of gone through this a little bit before this, but Rama's wife, Sita... I'm just going to quickly peek through this so I'm not messing it up. The scheming of one of Rama's father's wives caused the throne to be unjustly taken from Rama, and he was exiled to the forest for 14 years. To ensure that his father's good name would remain unblemished, Rama willingly accepted the exile, with even-minded calmness and detachment, even though his father had already died due to the grief caused by Rama's exile. Rama's wife Sita and his brother Lakshman wouldn't part from Rama, and they followed him into the forest. Many adventures befell Rama during his exile, and not once did he stir from the strict path of dharma, of sacrifice, of doing what he knows his soul is meant to do here. So eventually, Ravana, the demon, learns about Sita, captures Sita, then Rama has to go and get Sita. It's a classic story. Rama goes and destroys the demon, gets Sita, and then they come back. Now what happens is that because Rama has a kingdom now, and he has to establish law in this kingdom, and according to the law of purity of whatever, Rama's wife was seen as having been in the presence of this demon or of this other man. And because Rama has to be true to his kingdom, Sita has to go away and do penance. And it's kind of it's an old Vedic story that kind of has sort of gross overtones in terms of like how they treat the character of Sita. It's kind of a debated thing that goes on there. But essentially, Rama has to stick to what's happening in his kingdom. And even though he wants to be with Sita, it's important for him to still be the king. When you're the king of a kingdom, when you're a leader, even the emotional things going on with your family, at some level, you have to trust them and tell them, I'm the leader of a company, I'm the leader of something where I have to sacrifice putting time into my loved ones like I would like to, and sacrifice it to the greater picture of the radiating light of the sun. And so much trust must be built between Leo and his loved ones. Much communication has to happen for Leo to operate properly in the realm of love with his loved ones. Same thing with the Leo woman, of course. The Leo woman needs to do the same thing. Although a woman Leo tends to have the emotions as part of her sacrifice, part of what she's sacrificing for. So helping the family do things, even sacrificing her own career sometimes for the sake of maintaining a foundational support for the family can be important to a Leo woman, depending on her dharma. These days there are plenty of women who would probably be a Leo rising and feel it's important for them to, just as important for them to go out into the world and have a career as it is for their husband. You've just got to feel out the situation as per your natural dharma, what feels like the deeper sacrifice of soul for the sake of the soul for you. So I did want to bring that story up. I hope I kind of did it justice here. Now, the other god of the sun, we just talked about the avatar of the sun, and that was Rama. Now, the god that represents the sun is called Agni. It's also called Vani. Vani literally means the conveyor. Fire conveys that which it burns upward to the realms of the gods. So this fire itself is known as Agni. Just as fire is hidden in wood, Agni represents the spirit hidden in matter. So Agni is the cosmic light that permeates all things, and it's the support of all things. It burns things up in sacrifice, which one must necessarily be, that somebody has to sacrifice and burn up the things which must be removed, so one may become a greater being. To sacrifice is to give up something small, something one can afford to give up, though the giving up may be painful in order to achieve something greater. The sacrifices demanded by the sun are therefore gateways to greater opportunities. So a lot of times Leos find themselves having to sacrifice something. And it's the sacrificing, it's the letting go at some level of what their mind wants in order to achieve something that goes higher beyond the mind. This is partly, again, why Cancer, the moon, the emotional nature of Leo, rules the 12th house. The moon is very important for Leo because wherever the moon is, however it's placed, whatever is signified there, is going to show how Leo can channel their ability to let go of the things that they ultimately do want, the pleasures, the ease, the familiarity that they want, the sentimental love that they want. It shows how they can channel what is lost and accept it, adapt to what fate has given the responsibility that fate has given them, so that they can do their dharma, they can be a king, and go without what most people would need in order to sustain themselves. That being said, if you're a Leo and you have a strong moon, it means that you aren't giving it up wholesale. It means you're adapting and also listening to your own emotional needs. This is the hard part for all of us Leos to learn. This is very hard for me to learn. I went a long time in my life without really caring even about love and just trying to do career things, build things up in that way. And eventually, when I finally found a lover who's worth holding on to, and she kept reminding me of what's happening in my emotions and in my mind and in my heart, it was antagonizing at first. But I started to, at some point, to meditate and to listen to what was being told to me about my emotions. And now my emotions are much more clear. And I would say that I got in tune with my moon, in tune with my 12th lord. The Cancer being the sign that rules the 12th from Leo. So it's very important for Leos to channel what the frustrations or whatever it is that they're letting go, but not letting everything go completely. And sometimes that also involves letting go of things in their career, letting go of the big projects, letting go of the kingdom. Because sometimes Leo, if left to their own devices, will want to just rule the kingdom, and that's all they want to deal with because they're good at that. Sorry, honey, I can't deal with my emotions right now because I've got this and this and this to deal with. But there are times when the Leo it's better for the kingdom if the king represents an open heart and radiates that throughout everything. Because then the people are going to operate to the heart. That's why the story of Macbeth is so important by Shakespeare. The story of Macbeth is this king who wanted very much, was very stern, and wanted to rule with an iron fist. And that was the Leo part of the will that went so strongly without listening to the dark things that were going on the inside of its heart. It got to the throne through jealousy and rivalry, and it kept it through a jealousy and rivalry. And that's why the kingdom started falling apart, because the vibrations from the heart at the beginning of the whole kingdom were messed up from the start. So all sorts of stories about kingdoms and stuff like that would be significant to Leo rising, obviously, as we can understand why. So we're a half an hour in here, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. I hope you guys have been enjoying me talking about this huge theme of the Leo, which is sacrifice. Finding the right way to go against the resistance of the human desire to slide with the ease of gravity. Sometimes we got to go against gravity as Leos and push in a sharp way towards whatever it is that we want to achieve. But we can't do it so much that we obliterate the love that we have all around us, because then we don't have support, we have nothing to stand on, and we will crumble. We will fall from the heights that we seek to attain. So this has been a little bit of my own sort of talking about the nature of Leo rising. Now let's start to get into a little bit of theory. We're going to start actually talking about, again, we've talked about the base plate of the Leo character. Now we're going to start to look at what are the astrological realities that give Leo this character. Let's dive into it a little bit. Now, I do this in all my videos. Those who have seen me do my thing and seen me talking about, other rising signs have probably seen me bring this up. There are sort of two groupings in the pantheon of planets. Now, there are many ways to organize the planets in this way, in different ways. But this is an important one that comes from, deep roots of Vedic astrology. What we notice is that the Sun, the Moon, the Mars, and Jupiter, they rule fire and water signs. Sandaim 1 is asking, you're a Cancer in ascendant in sidereal and Leo ascendant in Western. So what you would be in tropical Vedic is the same thing as Western, as if I'm reading you correctly. Western people use tropical measurements. So tropical, if I'm reading you correctly, if you are tropical, then that means that you're using what most Westerners use. Vedic is not necessarily sidereal. Vedic people don't bring their signs back. So you wouldn't necessarily be a Cancer in the Vedic system. In tropical Vedic, you would be a Leo. I hope that clarifies some things for some people. Let me know if that's let me know if that clarified that question for you, Sandium. So we see that the Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter all rule fire and water signs. And then there's the sort of the material embodied aspect of our karma, which is Venus, Mercury, and Saturn. These have more to do with communication with the world outside of us, right? Venus rules Taurus and Libra, earth and air. Mercury rules Virgo and Gemini, earth and air. Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius, earth and air. And then, of course, the Sun rules Leo, the Moon rules Cancer, Mars rules Aries and Scorpio. These guys on this side are ruled by fire and water. So these folks on the right side tend to be friends with each other, and they tend to be auspicious for each other. So what we're starting to talk about now are the planets that are friendly versus difficult for the Sun. Because the planets that rule friendly signs and friendly planets are going to be auspicious, and they're going to show talent and strengths that we can use as a Leo rising. And that's these 4: Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter generally. Whereas Venus, Mercury, and Saturn show things that Leo doesn't generally tend to instinctively grasp. These have to be learned, and we would do well to learn them. You know, it makes sense when you think about it that these are planets of communication. It's Venus, Mercury, and Saturn. You know, a lot of Leos just wish that they could just transmit psychically. This is what I want to do, everybody. And that everybody gets it, and that Leo can just carve and carve and carve and take the crops from the corn and then just make more and more and more, and everybody is just connected to their brain. But that's not how Leo works. That's not how any of us work. Yes, Sandeem, you are a tropical Leo rising. Lil Spoon is asking, is the sun in the first house just like Leo rising? There is some similarity there, but I would say it's not just like it. No, definitely not. Depending on the rising sign that's there. Having the sun in the first house, though, will convey a lot of the character of Leo rising. But when you see, you know, whatever your rising sign is, if the sun is in the first house, your rising sign is going to, all the signs are going to be lords of different houses. If you're a Scorpio rising and you have the sun in the first house, Leo rules the 10th house. So the sun, the 10th lord, is in the first house, which means the sun is doing something different than it would for a Leo rising. So just keep that in mind. The sun in the first house will betray qualities of Leo, but it won't show the same psychology of Leo. It'll just show that you radiate. It shows that you are someone who does the sacrifice thing a lot, but it would have to be understood through your own rising sign. Nice to see a genius POV. Thanks for hanging out. I did have a good little break. Now, this is why we see that Leo, being the king, wanting to rule, wanting to just have their will enacted, it would be difficult for Leo to deal with Venus, to deal with Mercury, to deal with Saturn, which is communication and responsibility. Saturn is the responsibilities that Leo doesn't want to deal with. Leo feels better about dealing with its own talents. It's the skills that it's already good at. Leo doesn't want to work on the things that it's not good at, because then it's not in its own wheelhouse. It's the nature of the sun. The sun in all of us is the things that we are natural to. It's our soul. It's the Atma. It's the eternal thing that we've always been. Things that come naturally to us. So we all want to deal with the planets that cater to the things that come naturally to us. But Leo especially wants to be good at what it's good at and only do what it's good at. Leo has a hard time biting the bitter, jagged pill of what it hasn't dealt with. Unless it has a good Saturn. Then you've really got to, unless it's got these planets well. Because I should say, in astrology, it's just as much of a gift to have the shadow of your personality resolved as it is to be well integrated in the parts of your personality that are natural to you, the parts of your soul that are natural to you. It's just as good to have an auspicious planet well placed as it is to have an inauspicious planet well placed. Both of those are important. They're basically equal in my regard. I should be careful with that because the auspicious planets are said to be the most important. In fact, what they kind of... I should take that back, actually. It's interesting to think about. If you have your inauspicious planets, and for Leo's case, this would be Venus and Saturn, mostly. Mercury is kind of neutral for Leo, as we're going to see. But if you have a good Venus and a good Saturn, that means you won't be making as much mistakes. But if you're a Leo rising, and you have an ill Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter, you won't have much difficulty because you've got a good Saturn and a good Venus, but you won't be able to do anything with it. And especially for Leo, that's the main thing. they want to do something great. And if we don't do anything great, it doesn't matter that we're surviving well. What matters is that we're building towards some kind of greatness that feels important and aligned with the soul. But generally, though, I would say for most people, it's just as lucky to have a well-placed, inauspicious planet as it is to have a well-placed planet, auspicious planet. And if you guys don't know what I mean by auspicious, we're going to kind of unfold it as we go along here. If you're new to this series, you're going to understand what I mean. Auspicious essentially means conducive to fortunateness. It's a weird grammar, but it's a Vedic term almost. The auspiciousness isn't a Vedic term, but it's one of those words that I can only describe that way. Auspicious means conducive or supportive of fortunateness, of fortune. So for Leo has these planets in particular. Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter are conducive to fortune. The Moon is kind of a tricky one, but the Moon is almost, we could convey it as on this feminine side for Leo. But it's closer to Leo's nature than Venus, Mercury, and Saturn are. The Moon, that is, because it's a water sign. So, Lil Spoon is mentioning I look like Leo rising, and yes, I am a Leo rising. So Leo rising generally tends to get along well with its friends who are in the fire trine, so Mars and Jupiter. And as well, Leo is not part of the water sign lords, but the water, since Jupiter and Mars also rule water signs, these are in kind of the same camp as we see, right? And then the earth trine and air trine are also together in their own camp as well. Now here we see the friends and enemies of the sun. This is very important because this is going to convey to us some of the nature of the auspicious planets for Leo. These three in particular, Mars, Jupiter, and Moon, are conducive to showing what the sun is ultimately building, what the sun is doing. Mercury, Saturn, and Venus are more like the body or the how of the content of the soul. And if these planets are well placed, then there's no obstructions to the sun crafting its vision of reality. Essentially, this is the content of the creation on the left, the content of the creation, the seed of creation in the soul. And then here in the middle and on the right, we see the reality, the world, the resistance we can expect Leo to face. And if these planets are well placed, then there'll always be resistance, but it won't matter. The Leo won't lose energy over it. They'll adapt and accept, and they won't take it as antagonistic to their will. Because, of course, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, we have here a duality. The good planets and the bad planets. But when you meditate, you begin to realize that that duality does exist on the outside, but it does not exist within. It is non-dual. We are Brahman experiencing Atman. Brahman is where it's non-dual, but the Atman experiences it as dual. And when we meditate, what we essentially see is that there are ill parts of our personality that we might not be inclined to like. It's that judgment of us not liking it that puts a concept on it and that causes a divide. That's why Leos would do very well to meditate and to accept whatever comes through them, because Leos have a pride thing. And what is it that you say about Leo is the sunbeams go very far. And when there's a shadow, the shadow also goes very far because the sunbeams try to be so large. If you cast a big light, then any resistance or obstruction or things that go wrong will cast a tall shadow. It's very frustrating when Leo doesn't get what I want. But if you practice self-forgiveness and self-awareness, you'll realize that that's still part of you, and you won't have that terrible antagonism. You'll accept the shadow, and then it will just be what it is. Even if these planets are difficult placements, even if the good planets, the auspicious planets, are in difficult placements, meditation can get you past the karma. The karma will still happen, but you won't lose energy over it. And that is the important thing for all of us. That's why the Veda, the Veda is similarly related to vitality. Reality is what it is. It's our reaction, our emotional reaction to our emotions and to our feelings. It's the expectation of reality being something different and hoping, our attachment to it being something different, that essentially loses what we call vitality. And the word Veda is closely linked to the word vitality. That's why the Vedas teach us non-duality, seeing what it is as what it is, moving along and being our kingdom, doing what Rama does. Despite all this crap, despite what happened, he wants to be with his wife, but he can't. He just swallows the lump in his throat and says, I accept what God gives me, and I'm just going to move on and deal with the best that I can and look within myself to learn to adapt. The moon is the 12th lord. We're going to talk about it. But for now, what we see is that the friends on the left side are conducive to luck and goodness for Leo. Even the moon, which rules the 12th house, when the moon is well placed, it's very important for Leo, as we're going to talk about. These are conducive to fortune. Saturn and Venus are conducive to resistance and difficulty. They are things that Leo is not used to dealing with. And Mercury is neutral. Mercury is neither a friend nor an enemy to the sun. And Mercury is very interesting in that way. It's sort of the bridge between the luck and the resistance of our lives. Now, every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. For every light, for every natural talent or skill we direct our attention towards, there must be a shadow. And this is how all the rising signs are like. It's like, a lot of people, oh, there's my cat. A lot of people try to be ambidextrous by having just as much strength in their right side of their body as they have on their left. Most times, though, the body has like a 70-30. And it's not a bad thing to lean into that, unless you desire to be ambidextrous. But even ambidexterity could be a left to the right of a singular strength. Anyway, the point here is, okay, you are distracting me, buddy. Hi. Say hello. Say hello to the people. And now you must squeeze. Sayonara, young fella. Yep. Go. Love that guy, but he's always getting all up in my business. He's cool, though. Where was I? Well, so all of us have, this is what this picture kind of represents. This dude is very strong on one side and very weak on the other side. This is just trying to depict how each rising sign is. Because of this duality we've seen, each person is going to be easier with certain planets and not as easy with other planets. So don't fret or feel defeated when you learn about your inauspicious planets. They're not useless to you. They're still very important, in fact. Ultimately, this is like a game of Pokemon cards. They've made it so that when you play a game of like Magic the Gathering or Pokemon cards, they don't try to put in OP cards. They don't want to have any cards that someone could come along and say, oh, look, I got this Charizard, so now I'm just always going to win. And everyone's like, oh, you pulled the Charizard. Now I can't, that's how the very first version of that game was like that. But as time went on, they balanced it so you couldn't just come and beat the game with that, because that ruins the fun. And it makes it not equal and fair and true. In the same way, astrology is like this. When you're reading about your negative planets or difficult planets, everybody is dealing with the same amount of points overall in the deck, right? There's no one is more powerful than another. None of these rising signs do that. We all have the same capacity to deal with our karma, transcend beyond it, and be the pure light of Shiva in awareness. Nick Pétienne says, I have the 12th Lord in the 12th, but combust by the sun. I've read, if the moon is in its own sign and the sun is there with it, it is in what's called in its chariot, protected by the sun rays. If the moon is in its own sign and the sun is there with it. Well, that's interesting. Unfortunately, Nick, I can't speak to that because I don't know. It almost sounds like the same thing as Kazemi. When the sun is within 15 minutes of another planet, it's Kazemi. But you're talking about something different. I'm going to say, Nick, what you're asking with this, if the sun is with the moon in the moon's own sign, and the sun is combust the moon, I would say the combustion is there no matter what. You're talking about this idea that it's protected by the sun's rays because the moon is in its chariot, which means its own sign. In my opinion, if a planet's combust, it's going to be combust. Even if that planet is in its own sign, you've still got to deal with the combustion of that planet. It's when you look in the sky at the time you were born, you can't really see the light coming from that planet because it's eclipsed by the powerful light of the sun. That is the fact. That is something that you're going to have to deal with no matter what. So I hope that's a little bit clarifying there. Or at least I'd rather tell you that I don't, and I haven't seen the chariot thing. I'd rather tell you that than lead you astray. So we know that each sign has its strengths and weaknesses. Everybody deals with the same cards in the deck, though, ultimately. And what we read is that all sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying to release. So let's start getting into the planetary lords of the ascendant. When you see the word lagna, this lasagna here, that means rising sign. That is the word for the rising sign in Vedic astrology. So, what do planetary lords mean to the ascendant? This is what we call the bhavesha. And this is what I was talking about with this sort of whole sign concept. It's almost like a whole sign house system, right? Although, again, if you're watching this, I have to make this caveat. I'm somebody who uses the whole sign system of the Vedic, but I still use house cusps. You know, Sagittarius is the 5th sign from Leo. You can still have your 5th house cusp fall in Scorpio. But Jupiter is always the arbiter, is the 5th bhavesha. And it will have something to say about the creative 5th house qualities of Leo. So you got to kind of be able to blend them in this sort of way. That's how I do it anyway. I've made videos about it. Feel free to ask about it and I can clarify more, but I'm going to try to stick to what we've got going on here. But this is what I mean by the planetary lords, is this bhavesha idea. The ascendant and the rising, the rising sign is the life path. It's numero uno. It's the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. It's the filter for all the planets. It's the first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart. You know, how I often say it is that if you got somebody born on a certain day, November 8th, whatever it is, the planets are all in their signs, all in their angles. If you have a person born at the same day, but like 4 hours later, the Earth will have turned, but the planets will generally be in the same place. So that means the inner filter, the earth-bound filter of the cosmic karma of the planets is changing, which means that those planets are going to mean something different from one person born 4 hours earlier and one person born 4 hours later. The planets will be the same, but they will perceive the planets differently because that's the Earth turning. It turns into a different light filter. And then all the lights from the planets mean something different to the soul. This is the rising sign. So, the auspiciousness or goodness of a planet depends on the nature of the soul intention of the consciousness using it. You know, for example, even cruel and malefic planets are useful in their own ways. So a cruel or malefic planet like Mars or Saturn can still be good to certain signs. In fact, for Leo, Mars is the most, really kind of the most important planet, as we're going to talk about, because it's the general that carves into the Earth the will that the sun wants to apply. So the planets, their nature doesn't change. Mars is always a malefic. Mars will always cause destruction. But each person's nature, especially through the rising sign, wields it differently. And they expand their life force through it differently, according to the instincts of the rising sign. So what defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines these positive relationships with one house over another? It all comes down to the intention, the nature, the agenda of the rising sign, the filter for what these planets are supposed to be doing. So we have general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. And I do this for all these, for every sign in this series, I'm going to kind of go through this because I think most people who are watching this aren't necessarily, I know some people are hanging out with me and they've seen this a few times, and bless you guys for still hanging out with me. But for those who are Leo risings who have never watched anything in this video series, what we're going through right now is what makes, like mathematically speaking, what makes the houses auspicious. And you're going to find it's interesting that most times a house and its lord are considered auspicious through this mathematical thing that we're about to look at. But you'll notice that it happens to also be the friends of the planet. In this case, it's, for Leo, Mars and Jupiter are the obvious ones because they're in the trine. Jupiter rules the 5th house. Mars rules the 9th house. And the trine is a very important thing that we all know. Even Western astrologers know the trines show a harmoniousness. So the planets that are in the trine are always going to be friends to the ruling planet. But something like the moon is not in the trine. The moon is still technically a friend of the sun, which means it has auspiciousness, but it rules the 12th house, which means it's kind of neutral. And that's what we're going to see when we go along. The 12th house can have sapping energy, but because it's friendly to the Leo, ultimately the loss that happens through the moon was probably something the Leo needed to let go of anyway. And it's auspicious and good for the Leo to let go of whatever was let go of through the moon, even though it causes pain. The 12th house will cause pain. For Leo, we're going to talk about eventually how the pain experienced through the moon helps you to adapt to the pain of not having everything all at once all the time, which is what the Leo, the sun, wants. It's important to use the moon to channel your ability to sit with the pain of not being everything all at once all the time. So the moon is a friend to Leo, but as we're going to see, it rules the 12th house, which is it's neutral. The 12th house isn't necessarily a bad house. It's spiritual, material loss for spiritual gain. Whereas there are houses that can just be loss without necessarily having the promise of this spiritual attunement, as we're going to kind of talk about. Ultimately, the big picture here is that we're reading about why are these houses considered good or bad, or auspicious or inauspicious. Good or bad is too general. Auspicious means conducive to providing fortune. Why are some planets conducive to providing fortune and some are not? Right? So let's go into it. So I'm showing you guys the general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. Now, the lords of houses 1, 5, and 9 are called the Kona houses. These are basically always auspicious. These are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. Mind you, a planet can rule a trine and also another difficult house. Usually, the planet will be auspicious if it rules one of these houses, even if it rules a bad house, an inauspicious house. Now, the lords of houses 1, 4, 7, and 10, that's the cross, right? That's the angular houses, the Kendra houses. These are auspicious depending on the cruel or gentle nature of the planet. And it's opposite what you'd think. You want a cruel planet ruling an angle. And don't worry, we're going to talk about that in a moment. We're going to talk about why. The lords of houses 2, 8, and 12 are considered neutral. They're neither auspicious nor inauspicious. So they are going to act well or unwell depending on how they're placed. For Leo, this is, for example, what can also happen is that when a house lord rules a neutral house, if it also rules a positive house, then it is going to be painted auspicious. Leo actually has an example of both of these happening, and it's the second lord and the eighth lord. And this Leo, I love Leo on this section because it's easy to see. When you look at Mercury rules the second house. I wonder if we can show, right? So this is Leo. This is the square. Maybe I'll actually show this. Mercury rules the second house, and the second house, as we know, is neutral. But Mercury also rules the 11th house, and the 11th house is inauspicious. The 11th house paints the second house inauspicious. That's why Mercury, even though it rules the neutral second house, the rulership is tied in with the inauspicious 11th house. So Mercury becomes inauspicious. Now, the other one that we read is the lord of the 8th house is considered neutral. We know for Leo, the 8th house is Pisces, right? Aquarius is the 7th. Pisces is the 8th house. So the 8th house is neutral, but Jupiter rules Pisces anciently. Here, Jupiter rules the 5th house, which we know is auspicious. And Jupiter also rules the neutral 8th house. So the 8th house becomes auspicious. It gets tied in with the auspiciousness of the 5th house. So that's what we mean when we say that the lords of houses 2, 8, and 12 are considered neutral. That you can paint the black wire white, or you can paint the white wire black. It's an electricity sort of term going on there. So the lords of houses 2, 8, and 12 are considered neutral. For the sake of Leo, when you have Cancer ruling the 12th house, it's not tied in with another house, so it's just basically neutral. The moon is going to be auspicious or inauspicious depending on how it's placed, on its strength, its maleficness, what have you in the chart. Now, the lords of houses 3, 6, and 11 are particularly difficult. Can you guys see me here? I hope you can. Yes, good. The lords of houses 3, 6, and 11 cause us to lose our inspiration, our wealth, and or our enjoyment. These ones cause us to waste power and activity in the world. So these are yoga breakers. If you have a yoga for wealth, desire, purpose, etc., one of these could break it. You know, Mercury is kind of an example of this. You know, if you have a yoga for wealth, because you've got Mercury, the second lord, tied in with another planet, like let's say Mars, the ninth lord, that would be difficult, very difficult for Mars, and it would do more bad than good, because Mercury and Mars are enemies. You would have the auspicious ninth lord, Mars, with the inauspicious Mercury, which rules the 11th house. So that would, you know, while Mars would do well, the luck of the ninth house could bring wealth with Mercury being the second lord. But because Mercury also rules the 11th house, it would do more bad than good, because it's a yoga breaker. This is just kind of the language of Vedic astrology. I won't go too deep into that, but the lords of houses 3, 6, and 11 are difficult in this way. The third lord will always... The third house gets better over time. It's called an upachaya house. But it'll always still have an irascible, frustrating, annoying aspect to itself. The third lord. In this case for Leo, this is Venus, right? So Venus for a Leo, it's not impossible for Leo to get love. But there'll always be this feeling of like Leos can almost get jealous in love. Even if they have a partner, they've got a strong Saturn, they've committed to each other, they're perfectly married, there will never be a problem with their relationship if they've got good 7th house, good 5th house, whatever. If there's a deep marriage connection there, Leo will still walk out into the marketplace with his woman, and she's looking all nice, and they're walking, and they might see another couple walking by, and, you know, maybe the man looks at his woman, and Leo will have like a sense of it. I mean, you know, I would say that, like that, you know, I'm talking to an archetype here. Leo can get frustrated with love in this way, with talking to people, and even coming off, like Venus isn't just about love. It's also just about how you come off to people, communicating with people. Leo is always trying to look good to people, to come off as sexy and suave and energetic and vital, and like everyone wants to radiate with the Leo. And when that doesn't go right, Leo can get frustrated. This is partly because Venus, the reflective communication planet, rules the third house. The third house is always seeking. This is how we convey things in Vedic astrology. So the third house can bring difficulty, and the third lord, that is, the lord of the third house, can bring difficulty. The lord of the 6th house brings difficulty. The 6th house relates with enemies, with employment, with habitual debts, and things that we constantly have to deal with in a very constant way. This is true for all of us. The lord of the 6th house, whatever planet rules the 6th house, will always bring a little bit of difficulty. In Leo's case, again, this is related to love. Saturn rules the 6th house and the 7th house. Saturn rules Capricorn, the 6th house, and Aquarius, the 7th house, which means, again, Leo wants to be everything everywhere all the time. So it's this natural thing to want all the things. So when you pick a specific wife or a specific husband, they are never going to be perfectly what aligns with your will, because that's how reality is. If you wanted a lover that was just like you wouldn't even be happy with that. So they have to be different. And that difference is always going to have little splinters of resistance to the will that you seek from within. Doesn't mean that they're bad. It's just that Leo is always very consciously having to adapt themselves to their will not being met in the people that they deal with. It's because Saturn rules the 6th house and the 7th house. If you have Leos can be, I have a good, strong Saturn, if I might say so myself. I'm lucky. I got Saturn in Aquarius in the 7th house in its own sign. So I feel this tension. I feel this resistance when I'm talking to people all the time. But because I have a good Saturn, again, it just doesn't, the resistance doesn't mean anything to me anymore. And I can go and deal with people in business who I hate, who suck, who just are just shitty people. But I can deal with them and get through to them and let Saturn help me endure through the pain and difficulty of what they are in order to get business prospects and networking and all the good things of the 7th house. It's always going to be an internal resistance that I have to deal with because that's the 6th house. It's always frustrating. Even dealing with myself, my own personality, can be frustrating. Sometimes it's not them. Sometimes, a lot of the times, it's me. I've got some personality that doesn't jive with them, but we have a mutual objective that we have to deal with here. I have to constantly feel the tension between our personalities. That's the 6th house also being ruled. That's Saturn as the 6th and 7th lord. There's always going to be that tension. And if Saturn's well placed, you can get through a lot of tension between people and make a great leader. The best Leos are the ones with a good Saturn because they can lead without taking any of our differences personally. Aquarius. In the opal light of Aquarius, all men can blend and still remain what they are. So this is just giving you an example of the 6th house. The 11th house is particularly difficult because the 11th house is, the 11th house is very important. The 11th house by itself, like planets there, it's not generally a good, it can be a difficult thing to have planets there. If you have an auspicious, if you have like an auspicious planet there, or a benefic planet there, like having Jupiter in the 11th isn't the worst thing in the world, but it just basically means that you have a strong desire for results. The 11th house is the 2nd house from the 10th. It's the gains of our activity, the 10th house being our activity in the world. The 11th house is the 2nd from the 11th. It's the accumulated power of what we do in the 10th house. And as the Bhagavad Gita tells us, we are not entitled to the results of our actions. We are only entitled to our actions. So you have to let go of the desire for a certain result. When you have planets in the 11th, you got a certain result in mind, and you're going to fish for it, and you're going to keep moving through it. But there's positivity there, especially if it's good planets there. But if you have ill planets there, reality will never meet your expectations. If you have ill things going on with the 11th lord, you'll always be disappointed, even though your reality can be just fine. This is the egoic poison of the 11th house. It's wanting a certain attainment, wanting a certain result. And it's the wanting for it that messes up the energy of you getting to it. Right? So this is what you have to be careful of with the 11th house. Oh, thank you, Teresa. You sweetheart. Thank you for donating the $5 and for hanging out with me here, Teresa. I always love seeing you on my channel and hanging out with me. So this is why the 11th house can bring difficulty. In this case, this is Mercury for Leo. And so, really, Mercury being the 2nd lord is tied in with the 11th house. Leo wants to have money and resources. They want to have accumulated things, an enterprise that they can be proud of. And this often messes with them going forward and ultimately getting that actually done. And we're going to talk about that when we get to Mercury. Now, these are general rules for defining the auspiciousness of a house. The angles, house 1, 4, 7, and 10. So what we read is that a benefic ruling the angles is not a good thing. It's inauspicious. Why is that? It's because, and I'm just going to kind of take a cut here for a moment, the angles, the first house the 4th house, the 7th house, and the 10th house. These are kind of like, it's like we're the square. We're driving this like floating square with this wheel, and it goes like this, and it's the angles of the square that hit reality. They are the opportunistic houses. They bring things to us that we have to deal with. Now, we are the center. We are the trine of the chart. The squares are the edges that bump into reality, for better or worse. Now, when you have a benefic planet ruling one of the angles, what happens is that you take whatever happens there wholesale. You're kind of lazy about what happens there, and you aren't inclined to deal actively with what's supposed to be an active angle. So when a benefic rules one of the angles for a rising sign, we are passive about it. And it's not conducive to being discerning. You know, we're supposed to be, when it comes to our angles, you want to have a good goalie. You want to let in what is good opportunities, but you also need to deflect what is not conducive to the soul. You need to deflect. And when a malefic planet, a tough planet, rules an angle, that is a positive thing. Ironically, for Leo, there are some times where you kind of have both going on. For Leo, even though Aquarius rules Saturn, Saturn rules Aquarius, and Saturn is a malefic planet ruling the 7th cusp, the angle cusp. Saturn also rules the 6th house. And so that's what makes Saturn a difficult placement for Leo. But Saturn almost has a neutrality in this way, because Saturn is a good goalie, making sure that the Leo only partners up with people who ultimately the Leo know is going to bring them farther in life. Leo has Saturn, the planet of the long game of Saturn. Saturn wants to do things that are going to last, that are going to stand the test of time. The planet that rules the desire to stand the test of time is in the 7th house of relationships with other people. So this is a little bit positive. Thankfully, Saturn gets a little bit of a break with this. But ultimately, Saturn's still inauspicious because it rules the 6th house, even of enemies. There are times when Leo is trying to be discerning. They think that they'll even take on people who can kind of be enemies to them, or who aren't on the same page in terms of wanting to do things in the long run, because Leo sees something in them that is going to help them get far. It's like Leo knows that you keep your friends close and your enemies closer. This can be a good thing and a bad thing for Leo. It's kind of confusing to talk about, but we'll talk about it once we kind of get to Saturn. So ultimately, though, this is an important principle. If you have a benefic ruling an angle, it's not doing its job as a goalie. It's not really thinking about that thing. So about the benefics don't apply themselves to discerning what it lets through the gates of the angles which bring things in from the outer world. Now, a benefic that owns an angle is considered inauspicious. These planets are not discerning about the opportunism represented by the angles. They don't deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. A malefic, like Sun, Mars, or Saturn, that owns an angle is considered more auspicious. These planets have learned the hard way to constructively maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle, which brings confrontation and opportunity. So we know for Leo, the first house is strong, and Mars is strong on the 4th house. Leo is very concerned with actively carving out a family life that is going to make it happy in the long run. Once it gets it, it's got to deal with the moon, which is its own thing as the 12th lord. But Leo tests in a positive way, not necessarily a negative way. It's discerning about who Leo calls family. about who Leo keeps in its bed and in its private quarters. That's Scorpio being ruled by malefic Mars, ruling the 4th house. We're going to talk about that. Now, each rising sign brings different modified results to this general formula. You can check out more at Asheville Vedic Astrology's website and YouTube channel to see more of how this stuff kind of plays out. Now, ultimately, here is the southern chart of Leo rising, and then here is my western version of it. And I'm probably going to be referring to this picture as we go along throughout this session. And that reminds me, I'm going to have to do a thing here. Let's see. Browse file. So I'm going to just put up a picture here so that when we're discussing the nature of the rising sign, you guys can look at this picture as we go along. It's this picture here. So I'll be referring to this as soon as we get there. So, I'm glad everybody's still here and hanging out with me. We got lots of viewers today. I always love to see that. Here on a Sunday. Are you guys enjoying these Sunday shows? I've been thinking about going to do it on Thursdays. Thursday is another day that works for me. I've kind of been feeling like Sunday. I chose it originally because it's kind of a rest day. And plus it's a weekend. You can get lots of people on the weekends. So I'm in a band. I can't really do Saturdays all the time. I could though, so I don't know. What do you guys think about me starting to do these live streams Thursday? If you have a comment or if you have a thought on it, feel free to let me know. Because I don't know, I'm just probably going to explore it either way. I've done Sunday for a while, and I might start doing Thursdays just to see how it hits. But I'm always open to what my team, which is you guys, think about that. So, on to the next thing here, folks. We still got lots to go in this video, talking about Leo rising. Next thing we're going to discuss is Light on Life by Robert E. Svoboda and Hart de Fauw. We're going to read a little bit from these guys about what we can learn about Leo rising. Oh, thank you guys. That's sweet of you guys. I have some of my folks here saying that whatever day I choose to come on, you guys are going to hang out with me either way. I'm so glad to hear that. I can't tell you. So we will go by feel on that, folks. But for now, I'm glad to be hanging out with you guys here on a Sunday. Now, next up, we're talking about Leo Lagna in my dirty and very well-used book. I brought this thing, so you see the mud here? Little bits of mud, possibly coffee. I might be romanticizing this, but I think that's mud, because there was a point when I was in Peru, and I had brought this book, and I was just sitting in the sand and just going through all these pretty hard. Now, what we're going to be reading here is a gumball depiction of these authors' idea of how the rising sign kind of generally comes out. Now, they're usually pretty good, but there are things in here that I sometimes read which I don't always vibe with because these guys are sidereal users. But we can still glean the cream from the runny milk when we read from authors who are translating things from the Vedic tradition. We just have to use our minds and be discerning, and that's what I'm going to do as we go along. But they're generally pretty good. Let's see if we run into any examples here. We're talking about Leo rising. The Leo native often possesses a striking, singular appearance, a regal manner, and an inclination to be served. as a king is served by his court or a lion by his pride. It's basically because there's so much creative energy bursting through the Leo. The rising sign is right on the fattest part of the Atma's creative process. And it's magnifying it. So when Leos especially become very into their belief in their own creative power and capacity, they feel that once they're making a little bit of money, they're getting a little bit of energy, they know that they are unique in their capacity to provide creative energy, which means they like to hire people or get people to serve either the project or to go and, honey, go and get me some coffee so I can do this. Could you go and grab me a coffee, maybe a little bit of like a donut or something like that, please? Thank you, honey. So that we can focus on the important work that we're doing. So it's either the inclination to be served in the project, can you go and do this for me? Or to have their actual self be served so that they can focus on the project. Not always an arrogant thing. If the energy is true and everyone agrees that what the Leo is doing is ultimately selfless and is serving a greater purpose than our individual selves, then it's like helping somebody important do something important. And so, if the energy being focused creates more goodness than the egotism of asking to be served, which isn't really necessarily egotistical again. If what's being done is greater than the sum of its parts, then we can excuse things. This is, at least, I don't know, you're hearing this coming from a Leo rising, so take that with whatever grain of salt you may. Now, the Leo has an inclination to be served because the lion, Leo's symbol, is the king of beasts. And because the sun, the lord of Leo, is the royal planet, the center around which all the other planets revolve. And this is just like every position in the galactic pantheon is both a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing and a curse to be the person who's calling the shots, whose name is on the dotted line, who's taking the fall if the whole operation falls. An Indian proverb mandates, one jungle, one lion. And indeed, the fact that the sun is debilitated in Leo's third house suggests that Leo natives neglect to make room for their younger siblings, who must find their own jungles in which to roar. Very interesting. The sun is debilitated in Leo's third house. Leo is the first, Virgo is the second, Libra is the third house. And Leo, being ruled by the sun is debilitated in the third house. So this shows, and it's also inauspicious. So this shows some difficulty with all the things related to the third house. Leo would really rather, I should say the sun. The sun is exalted in Aries, which is the ninth house. So the sun ultimately always does better just going by ethics, going by an idea, and this is partly why Leos can be stubborn, because the third house is about the situation. The ninth house is about the ethical, eternal concepts. Leo says, like this, I know this is always right, this has always helped me. It's good to just be honest. But then when it comes to the third house, sometimes that honesty can be, it doesn't serve the person you're talking to. You're in a business and you're working on a need-to-know basis. You don't want to be on the top and go and tell people on the bottom things that nobody needs to hear. Or when you're talking to somebody, sometimes being arrogant is not conducive to the sway of the person that you're dealing with. That's kind of how I think about it. In any case, it's interesting to think about the fact that the sun, which rules Leo, is debilitated in the 3rd house of immediate communication. Now, this also suggests that the average Leo often displays more bluster than courage, because the 3rd house is like a real courage. It's being willing to move through the unknown, and it's a tough, like in Vedic astrology, the Karaka for the 3rd house is Mars. And Leo is this big energy, but if it gets this tiny little thorn in its paw, it's just like, the tiniest little thing can completely rock the Leo and mess them up. And it's immediate moments. Leo makes this big plan. I'm going to make a business, and I'm going to put this new Indian restaurant right here in the middle of this certain area, and I know it's just going to be fine. And you put it there, and then you find, for whatever reason, the locals, there's something about the placement that you have to adapt to, that you didn't plan for. The Leo just wanted to make bigger plans, put this restaurant here. It's going to be successful, duh. And then I'm going to get the money from that. I'm going to put it over here in this place, in this place, in this place. So Leo already starts to sketch out the big plan, puts these eggs in this one basket, makes the one restaurant that's supposed to be the money maker for all these other ideas, and then all of a sudden there's some key thing with this restaurant that's blowing all the other big plans that they had, and they got to focus on this one thing, and it takes up all their time, and it's frustrating the hell out of them that they have this one little responsibility because they didn't plan, they didn't think about the details. 3rd house, Gemini, they didn't think about the details. That's an example of the sun being debilitated in the 3rd house in this way. If the sun is malefic in the 3rd house, does it make Venus a malefic planet? So malefic is not the right, if you don't mind me saying there, Shravana. Shravana has said, if the sun is malefic in the 3rd house, does it make Venus a malefic planet? I wouldn't say malefic is the right word to use there. The sun is debilitated in the 3rd house of Libra. So that wouldn't always even necessarily make it an inauspicious place. For example, when we think of Venus being exalted in Pisces, a lot of the times, when you look at a Sagittarius rising, Venus is exalted in Pisces, and Pisces rules Jupiter. But Venus is still an inauspicious planet for Sagittarius. I hope that's clarifying, but we have to consider our language. We have to consider that a lot of these rules and laws of auspiciousness are each their own individual reality. Venus is inauspicious, an inauspicious house lord for Leo, and it happens to be the case that Leo is also debilitated in Libra, which means that 3rd house, that Libra for Leo, is doubly ugly in this way. I hope that's clarifying, Shravana. Now, what we read is that the sun, the fact that the sun is both the lord of Leo lagna and it's the significator of the 1st house in general. So significator, the word for that is karaka. Just like how I said, Mars is the karaka of the 3rd house. Saturn is the karaka of the 6th and the 8th, I think, more than that. But, what we say in Vedic is that, shoot. I hope you guys can still see me here. Okay, just checking. Every now and then my computer clicks on me funny, but let me know if you guys can still see me and hear me, if you can. It looks like we're good. So we have karakas in Vedic astrology. The karakas of the houses, it's just like a whole other layer. It's like universal sign. It's like universal significators of what the houses represent. So, you know, like for Leo, Libra rules the third house, which means it's true that we need... Can't see, but audio okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Thank you, Teresa. I think I got to get a new computer or something. If you guys give me a moment here, I'm going to have to restart the stream again. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to do it, and then I'm just going to come right back. If you just hang out, we shouldn't have any loss, okay? Hello, hello. Hey, everybody. Looks like we're okay now. Thank you, Teresa. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, ground control. We are back online, and we can see me. Sweet. Thank you, Shravana. Thank you, everybody. Technology. Third house. Details. Leo. So, like I said, the sun, and this is a thing for every rising sign. You know, think about the planet that rules your rising sign, and think about your relationship to where that planet is debilitated and what house it rules. So, you know, like when you think of Leo, ruled by the sun's debilitated in Libra, so Leo has difficulty with the third house. We have what's called Karakas. We have Karakas for the houses. So even though Libra is the third lord and Venus rules Libra, so it's true that Venus is going to be very important for how Leo operates its third house. But Mars is a Karaka of the third house, which means Mars, for all of us, whether you're a Leo, whether you're a Pisces, whether you're a Virgo, Mars is always going to be significant for the third house. So even if Leo has a gross Venus, if Leo has a strong Mars, you will be able to deal with the third house things, because Mars is the significator of the third house. It deals with problems. Mars is the problem solver. So we can see that each one of us has these different layers of how planets interact with the fields of life. If astrology were simple, humanity would be simple, and humanity is not simple. It's complex and intricately woven in the themes of realities of life. So for a Leo, it's good to have a good Mars, because that deals with that third house issue that we were talking about. Now I digress. The reason we're bringing this up, hi Anne, my friend Anne Ruiz is hanging out with us today. The reason we are bringing this up, the Karakas, is because this, for all of us, the first house, the Karaka for the first house is the sun. If you have, if the Lord that rules your rising sign has difficulty, but your sun has strength, your rising sign is still going to operate okay. If you're a Virgo and Mercury rules your first house, and Mercury is debilitated in Pisces, and it's got Saturn there with it, and it's got all this gross stuff happening to it. If the sun is exalted in Aries and it is with its friend Jupiter, and Jupiter is a benefic to that sun, then the significator of the first house is still strong, and you can still operate through a capable rising sign energy. It's because the sun is the Karaka of the first house. Now think about what this means for Leo, because the sun is the significator of the first house, and we have Leo ruling the first house, which means there's a double emphasis of the sun as the first house lord, which means for Leo, if the sun is good, it's very good. And if the sun is bad, it's very bad. And it causes a lot of grief and obstruction of energy and the vitality needed for Leo to do what Leo's supposed to do. So the fact that the sun is both the lord of Leo and the significator of the first house, the karaka of the first house, creates a strong sense of self-interest for Leo natives, which may manifest as involvement in politics or government, since Leo is the natural fifth sign, is the sign of ministry formation in the natural zodiac. We often read this, that the sun being this leadership, the sun and things related to Leo and the fifth house often have to do with ministry, with government, and even politics in this way. It's because government represents authority of the nation. Our own personal authority has to ideally run in line with the authority of the nation. And you will have authority as a Leo if your authority runs in alignment with the authority of the nation that you're working through, which can be a funny, tricky thing for Leo. Unless your sun is well placed, then your will is probably going to run in line with the will of the nation, and you can even change the will of the nation to fit your own. This is just kind of the dance that Leo has with authority. Now, Leos are often lucky with or attracted to investing in property because Mars, the sun's friend, is simultaneously the lord of the fourth house of property and the ninth house of luck and gains. Excuse me. We know that the ninth house is the most auspicious of the trinal houses. I don't think I mentioned that, and I should backtrack a little bit just to reiterate it. When we were talking about the rules of planetary lord auspiciousness, there is a hierarchy to the auspiciousness of the houses. The ninth house is the most auspicious. The fifth house is the second most auspicious. And then the first house is the third most auspicious. The 11th house is the most inauspicious and trouble-causing. The 6th house is the second most trouble-causing. And the third house is the third most inauspicious and trouble-causing, right? So Mars rules the ninth house. And that's the ninth house is the most auspicious house for Leo. So Mars is really the most important planet for Leo. And this is especially so because it also rules the cardinal angle of the fourth house. Mars is the one malefic, the ruler of a malefic angle that's also auspicious. So really Mars is the ace in the deck for Leo. It rules an opportunistic fourth cusp and the ethical trine ninth cusp of fortune and luck. Everybody's ninth house and the lord that rules the ninth house brings fortune and luck. And everybody should look to the ninth house planet to see a role that they can play that intrinsically brings luck. So this is why Mars is significant for Leo. And what we read is that Leos are lucky with and attracted to investing in property because the fourth house, the bottom of the chart, relates to earth, relates to property. And Mars is associated with the fourth house as well as the luck and auspicious fortune of the ninth house. Usually Leo will find themselves getting property for the sake of things that are more that are intelligent, that have to do with alignment with what that property is. And so there's often luck there. Now, the fact that the sun, which represents the Atma, or the soul, signifies both the father and spiritual life, is exalted in the ninth house of father and spiritual life. This may cause an interest in spirituality. And it may indicate that the Leo native's father is an important man. Ideally, a Leo will have an important father who has this leadership ability, who people respect and admire for the work that they've done, in order that Leo has a positive role model to understand the power of being respected and the power of being important and an authority, and seeing how that importance allows the father's will to come through easily, because people are naturally, inherently supporting the will of a man who is important. And that's what Leo wants, is for the will to be conveyed. Now, Jupiter, the significator for children, is for Leo the lord of both the 5th house of offspring and the 8th house of death, which can either limit the number of progeny or can affect those children adversely. I would say Jupiter is ultimately a pretty auspicious planet for Leo, so it's possible that the Leo risings will have to deal with some kind of adversity, some kind of shakiness when it comes to their children. We're going to talk about that when we get to the last section of this video. But again, adversity is part of the shadow. Leo has great strengths. So when it comes to their family and the creations that they make, there will be shadows there when it comes to children in this way. I would read this as not ultimately being that bad, mainly because Jupiter rules the 5th house, and Jupiter's Mula Tricona is Sagittarius, which is on the 5th house and not the 8th house. We're going to talk about that as we go along as well. Ultimately, any adversity that we read in the chart, if we apply meditation to it, we can see that it is a shadow that has to be a shadow. And if we abide with the light within, even our shadows can be seen in the light of necessary self-realization. Now, the 8th house influence is weaker here than it might be. Okay, so they're saying what I just said. Okay. The 8th house influence of that adversity with children, because Jupiter rules Pisces, which rules the 8th house, right? Pisces rules the 8th house as well as the 5th house. Now, the 8th house influence, which can cause adversity and instability, that influence is a bit weaker here because the 5th house Sagittarius is Jupiter's Mula Tricona. And so Sagittarius' influence on a Leo is slightly stronger than Pisces' influence. And this is the true, whenever you see Sagittarius ruling 2 houses for any rising sign, Sagittarius will be the stronger tone. Sometimes this can be frustrating. For a Virgo rising, Sagittarius rules, no, not for Virgo. What am I thinking of? For Cancer rising, Sagittarius rules the 6th house and the 9th house. The 9th house is auspicious, but Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona. It's the root of Jupiter, and it would cause lots of difficulty by ruling the 6th house. So that's for Cancer, and that's just to give you an understanding of this. But for this sake, for Leo, Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona. It's the deeper root of Jupiter, of Jupiter's nature. And that deeper root of Sagittarius, the active part of Jupiter, with Jupiter being one of the fire and water, it's a masculine planet. So the masculine sign has a deeper root in the nature of Jupiter. That Sagittarius is on the auspicious 5th house and not the 8th house. So the 8th house energy is a tag-along of instability that Leo has to deal with when it's dealing with its 5th house. Generally, that's partly why Leos are okay with taking risks. They feel adventurous, the 5th house Sagittarius, about unknown risks that could lead to good or bad. But if they have faith in it and it feels like it's in alignment with them, really Leos won't take any risks that aren't in alignment with their creative power. Because that's the 8th house has less of the shaky instability of the 8th house. The opportunism of the 8th house has less. Leo is very discerning about making sure that those risks are in alignment with their inherent spiritual nature. And that's because the 5th house has more of a hold than the 8th house, right? So even having children with a person is a risk. You don't know how those kids are going to come out. But ultimately, the adverse possibilities of children being ruled by the 5th house and Jupiter, there's a double emphasis there. The Jupiter, the house of children being tied in with this 8th house of instability and adversity, ultimately the Leo will have more luck than not, but there will be adversities, and the Leo will just accept those adversities as being part of the karma that they got. Not just children, but with any creative prospects with other people. Getting together, building some kind of enterprise, some kind of project, some kind of investment with a group of people. Leo always makes sure that it's closely aligned with what their passion is, with what they actually want to be and do. And that's why there's a fling to it. There's an energy to it that carries Leo through. It's a powerful thing. It's a very important aspect of Leo rising. Now, because the Lagna Lord, the rising sign Lord, the Sun, is the brightest planet, and the 7th Lord, the Lord of the 7th house, Saturn, is the dimmest planet. Leos tend to rule or want to rule their marriages and partnerships. This situation may result in troubled relationships because Saturn, an enemy of the Sun, who is the furthest planet from the Sun, is Lord of both the 7th house of relationships and the 6th house, which is the 12th from the 7th. And the 6th house is the house of enemies. Really, in a lot of ways, this goes to show that Leos will take on and accept. They just tend to be karmically attracted to those who would improve the Leo. When you think about it, the 6th house is antagonistic because it's a house of improvement. We are looking to improve ourselves through what's going on in the 6th house. Unfortunately for Leo, most people don't, like Leo is the only one that has the 6th house tied in with the 7th. Because Saturn is the only planet that rules 2 houses right next to each other. That's partly why Saturn often is difficult, because we don't want a good thing so tied in with, like, the houses can be like that. It generally can be like very good, very bad, very good, very bad, very good in this sort of way. So when Saturn blends a difficult house, you're always blending the 12th from one house with that house, with Saturn. Saturn rules Aquarius and Capricorn. So for Leo's Aquarius is ruling the 7th house, and Capricorn is the 12th from the 7th. Now the 7th is the angle. It's a very important angle. It's the 7th house. It's our connection to the world outside of us, and the world outside of us is how we embody what's inside us. So we have an angular lord who's also ruling the 12th from itself. And what this is signifying is that Leo will take on partners who apply the antagonism of self-improvement. That's what the 6th house is. Now, for everybody else, your marriage partner isn't necessarily also this improver. You've got your own 6th house. You do your own improvement through the 6th house, and the 6th house is usually tied in with something else, with another planet, with a planet that rules another sign. For Leo, they have their partner as the person who would be improving them. Again, if you have a well-placed Saturn, this can be an incredible thing. I got to tell you, my girlfriend is a reflection of me as a Leo. And my girlfriend, God bless her, she's very patient with me. She knows that she can improve me much, and Lord knows she sees that there's much improvement for me to have. She's been what I wouldn't be who I am today without her. I wouldn't see all the holes in my own character without her. There's just, it's very important for a Leo to communicate with their partner that at this moment, I've had enough improvement. Please, let's just hang out and chill and not talk about the holes in my character. Sometimes Leo has to say that, and the partner will go, okay, I'll save it. We'll give it a bit of time, but I'm here to do that for you. That is what the partner is here to do for Leo. And Leo's just got to accept it. And if you got a strong Saturn, it will be a good thing. And that's my experience. I would say, it is what it is. I'm conveying to you guys, at least I think that I have a good Saturn, according to my understanding of it. Saturn is in its own sign in the 7th house, and there's still difficulty there. But I embrace the difficulty inside myself, being with my partner, and that's the right attitude to have. Embrace the difficulty. This is another reason why I say Leos keep their friends close and their enemies closer. You might often feel like your partner has antagonistic enemy principles to you, but there are no true enemies in the spirit. There is only cognitive dissonance, and sometimes cognitive dissonance is there to teach us a lesson. This is the attitude Leos have to have, or you'll never make it in a real relationship. Because ultimately, even the inauspicious planets are still ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we have to understand. This is what astrology teaches us. To embrace the shadow, because the shadow is only the parts of the light that haven't touched our soul yet, that we haven't integrated. It's a very important way to think about things. Astrology teaches us this, you know. Now, are we 2 hours in? Oh yeah, we're just a bit over 2 hours in. So this is, as usual, I kind of figured this would be a long video because it's my own rising sign. I'm having fun talking about myself. Does that sound like a Leo? That's because it's coming from one. So, I'm glad you guys are hanging out with me here. And the next thing we're going to be doing along our presentation today, we've gone through Light on Life by Robert Svoboda and Hart to Fauw. Now the Light on Life by Robert E. Svoboda and Hart to Fauw is generally like a gumball picture, you know. Those guys always give us the gumball. Now we're going to chew it. Now we're going to go even deeper into everything that we've just discussed. Awesome. Anne Ruiz, I didn't know you were a Leo. I'm so glad to hear that. I should keep in mind whenever I'm talking about all these things, I hope I've conveyed all this properly, because I'm a man and I often talk about things in the archetype of a man. So a Leo woman, a lot of these are going to be pretty much the same, but sometimes they'll be slightly different. The energy of a woman with a Leo rising is, again, the spirit is the same beyond the gender, but the gender does approach the spiritual archetype through a different lens, through a different vibration. So I'm going to do my best to convey that as we go along as well. Now, ultimately, our next step is to talk about two different texts. One of them is basically my notes from RYAN KURCZAK, and you'll see me going through it here. I finished Asheville Vedic Astrology in 2021, I believe. I went through it for 4 years. It was a 4-year course. I highly recommend it to anybody because this is where all this information is coming from. This is where I learned all this stuff, and that course goes into even more detail about it. And of course, this course, this apprenticeship was heralded by RYAN KURCZAK. I highly recommend checking out his channel, all his stuff. He's gotten into Kriya Yoga lately, and I'm following him on that path as well. It's been the best thing in the world for me. Hello, Kate Louise. Nice to see you. So, these notes that we're going to read here. Oh, shoot. Wrong button. Get out of here. The notes that you're going to see me reading from here are the notes that I've taken in RYAN KURCZAK'S class in his course from Asheville Vedic Astrology. And then after that, the next thing we're going into is some notes on Leo rising that come from Ernst Wilhelm. Ernst Wilhelm is the brilliant patriarch of tropical Vedic astrology. And Ernst gives us these, when you go into Kala, I should have done it. I do it for every, what the heck? We're going to take a moment here, folks, and I'm just going to show you where I get this stuff from. This little thing that we're going to read about by Ernst Wilhelm, it comes from Kala software. So what I've done is I clicked on Kala. Now we bring up the Kala software. This is it here. Now I'm just going to look up what the heck. We'll look at my own chart. Have fun, folks. You can dig through this. This is my chart. And I don't mind sharing it. Some people aren't about sharing it, but I don't mind. November 8th, 1991. I generally say 1055. My friend Michael Reed did a little bit of a birth rectification for me. Now, what you're going to do, can you guys see me here? Yeah. You go to, what I do is I go to the print function. And when you click print, you can do what's called a batch. Now, when you set batch printing, you get to choose all the things that you would be printing. And all of these are like, you can make your own little report. And for everybody I do a chart for, I print these little reports. And then, let's see, do I have one on me? I bet you I do. Oh, just give me one sec. I like to give the context to this stuff, because this is my life as an astrologer. I don't. That's okay. I don't have an example of it. But what I do is I make a report. I print these onto PDFs. Then I go to a printer and I print them into physical copies. I put 3 blank pieces of paper in the middle, and then I just draw out the chart in my own handheld way. Helps you to memorize, by writing a person's chart, helps you to burn the planetary figures into your mind. And as well, Ernst Wilhelm, who's the creator of the Kala software, has given us the ability to take the PDFs and turn these into PDFs that you can read. Now, one of the things when you go to batch printing, you go to the yogas and you go to the nature of the house lords. And if you print that into a PDF, what you get is this. It's the nature of the house lords. And this will be essentially going through the same thing that we've been talking about. So we see the sun is the first lord. And that is because when we read Leo, the sun rules Leo, the first house, right? Then the next one we'll look at, get me out of here. The next one we would look at is the moon as the 12th lord. And that's, of course, because the moon rules the 12th house. So on and on, etc. Now I've got some people. Thank you, Shravana. Shravana's saying, Shravana's thankful for me sharing this knowledge that I have been gifted with from my teachers. I'm very happy to share it. I'm very happy to be discussing it with people who are also passionate about it like I am. So thank you also for being here, Shravana, and everybody else. So we're going to be discussing the house lords now in greater detail. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. So, this is Leo Lagna, and the building of the auspiciousness and inauspiciousness comes from Parashara. And of course, Parashara, we know, is this happy-looking gentleman here. Brihat, Parashara, Hora, Shastra. And this is just a book that has very important foundational understandings of all things astrology and all things Vedic astrology. It's Sanskrit. He's a brilliant rishi, and his writings were fleshed out by his followers thousands of years after he came through. It's amazing that they kept the knowledge in the way that they did. Maybe not thousands, maybe I should say hundreds. Don't quote me on that. But this is where this stuff comes from, is Parashara. And other writers of astrology, of Vedic astrology, can give these slight derivations. Ernst Wilhelm will usually speak to those derivations once we get there. So, for now, we're talking about Leo Lagna. And we're going to show the auspicious and inauspicious planets and what effects can be known by being a Leo rising. So we have it here, and this is from Brihat, Parashara, Hora, Shastra. I'm just going to come down here. Whoops. This is going to be mean to me, isn't it? Yeah, something like that. So this is a South Indian chart. The square is fixed in the same way. It doesn't change with the ascendant. That's the nature of the southern chart. The mutable signs are always in the corners. Hopefully you guys can see these little signifiers, but this is Leo ascendant right here in this little box. Now the second house from Leo is Virgo. Third house is Libra. Those two are inauspicious, etc. Now let's read what Brihat Parashara the Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra has to say, come on, about Leo Lagna. I'm just going to leave it like this. And hopefully you guys can see me. Good. Mercury, Venus, and Saturn are evil. And we can see that from this picture here as well. When we look at the houses ruled by Mercury, Venus, and Saturn, we see that they are evil. And it's interesting to note that Mercury, Venus, and Saturn were all kind of, except for Mercury. Mercury is neutral to the sun. But Venus and Saturn are considered evil. Mercury is evil mainly because it rules the second house as well as the inauspicious 11th house. The second house is always neutral, but the 11th house is considered inauspicious. I'm going to show us this here just so we can kind of see, right? Mercury rules the second and the inauspicious 11th. So that's why Mercury is considered inauspicious. Mars, Jupiter, and the Sun produce auspiciousness. And this should be obvious is because they rule the trines. Sagittarius is the 5th from Leo. Aries is the 9th from Leo. Right? We can see I've got them marked by these little green diamonds. So Mars and Jupiter and the Sun produce auspiciousness for Leo rising. The simple yoga of Jupiter, this is funny. The simple yoga of Jupiter and Venus is not productive of fortune. And you can see that I'm saying damn it here. Damn it, Janet. And of course, when you look at my chart, you'll notice in the second house that Jupiter and Venus are together in the sign of Virgo. So that does not give me any auspicious yogas in the traditional Parashara sense. Still cool stuff there. It's got its difficulties as well. Jupiter has Venus for an enemy, so that's a funny pocket. I don't know, maybe one of these days I'll do a reading of my own chart. But ultimately, there's a reason that Parashara has conveyed this. I'm going to put it to you this way. There's something in Vedic astrology that's considered one of the most powerful yoga combinations you can have. It's called a Raj Yoga. What it is when the planet that rules a trine, which is the first house, the fifth house, and the ninth house, is combined with a planet that also is combined with a planet that rules an angle. It's the first house, the fourth house, the seventh house, and the 10th house. Now, Venus rules the 10th house for Leo. It's Taurus. Venus rules the 10th house of Taurus, and Jupiter rules the 5th house of Sagittarius. Now, you would think, oh, you've got, when somebody has the 5th Lord and the 10th Lord combined together, you've got luck mixed with opportunity. But Parashara tells us that this is not conducive to the yoga that would be typical of that formulation. It's pretty much, I would generally say that is because these two are not friends with each other. Jupiter is an enemy to no one, so Venus doesn't have Jupiter for an enemy, but Venus is an enemy to Jupiter. Venus, the 10th Lord, is hacking away at the auspiciousness of the 5th house of Sagittarius. Sagittarius and Jupiter are kind of really sort of more important to Leo than Venus is. So Venus, the form of the people that you work with, whatever Leo dedicates themselves to, when they have Venus conjunct Jupiter, the form of that career objective tends to sap away the Jupiter. So when Jupiter and Venus are together, it's not necessarily conducive to the Maharaj Yoga effects. Although it's not necessarily bad. It has deleterious effects, but it also has good effects in a certain way. It has other yogas described there. It just doesn't have the great power that we would expect from the 5th Lord being with the 10th Lord, or a trine Lord being with an angle Lord. Luck of the trines, opportunity of the angles, right? So Parashara is discerning there. Oh, Teresa, you have K2 in Cancer too, with Venus. How lovely. Now, Saturn is considered to be a maraka, and the moon from association produces effects. Saturn is a maraka, and it's basically because it rules the 7th house. Technically, Mercury is a maraka as well. The rulers of the 2nd and the 7th are considered marakas, and these are considered to be killers. Again, it's a strong word, but it is important. It is often conveyed that if Parashara says that this planet is a maraka, it might mean that that planet could be the reason why you die at the end of your life. If you're a Leo rising and something happens with Saturn, if you go into the Saturn dasha, especially if Saturn's not well placed, it could be what ends up killing you. The 7th house has to do with others and strangers and the strange things that we bring into our reality. And the 2nd house has to do with our resources, our basic needs that can... How do I convey that one? It's like the 2nd house is a maraka because our own need for resources, and we take people on, we take things on that can ultimately kill us in the end as well, because it becomes a part of us, yet it's something we need to eat, to feed on. So that's a lot to convey. My brain's just not getting through to it right now. But Parashara, so the 2nd house is a maraka for everybody, but Parashara specifically says that Saturn is a maraka for Leo. And so you have to be careful with Saturn. You have to be careful with how much energy gets sapped away by the antagonism of your partner when you're a Leo, at least especially at the end of your life. Don't let that make you afraid of love. You've just got to deal with the nature of this as it is, go about it lovingly, and try to make sure that you don't take on a partner who is actually an enemy. I don't feel it's a very loving language. That's why I'm careful with how I want to say it. But anyway, it's important for us to see what astrology says about these things and learn about what it means as we go along. Because oftentimes astrology will say something extreme and we have to take it as what it is, because by saying it in an extreme, we can see it. But just because it says it doesn't mean that it's going to produce absolutely finite results in that way. Just something to think about. Now, the moon from association produces effects. The moon is neutral. It is the legitimate neutral planet for a Leo rising. So wherever it is, whatever it's associated with, if it's with an evil lord, the moon will become a difficult planet. Like mine, story of my life. We see my moon is with Mercury in Sagittarius, and Mercury we know is inauspicious and rules the inauspicious 11th house. For me, I have a very strong desire to get places with my career, to talk about the things like what I do on YouTube. And you got to dig. Even when you've got a combination like that, it's still your energy. We are dealing with that reality whenever we have an inauspicious planet, you know, and it's connected with the moon, for example. It's still your moon. It's still who I am. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't me. It's going to bring me problems in a way, but it's still who I am. And as time goes on, we learn about the parts of us that we need to keep and the parts of us that we need to let go of completely. And the only way to do that is to accept your feelings and move through them. And as time goes on, if you forgive yourself, you will learn what worked and what didn't. Because I don't know how much of what I do in my life right now is working for me or is not. We just got to move through it. Know what I'm saying? So ultimately, that's just giving you an example of how to understand the neutrality of the moon. The moon, as we read, the moon from association produces effects. The learned know these results of those born in Leo lagna. And that is what we read on this last little bit, just so I can share it, right? And so we just read this whole thing. The learned know these results of those born in Leo lagna. So, this is how we generally move through understanding things in astrology. The planets as lords from the rising sign. Now, folks, the next thing we're going to start to do is actually get into the details, into the guts, into the dirt, and speak to each individual planet as per its role as is given in Vedic astrology. We're going to start off talking about the sun, and then we're going to move on to the moon, we're going to move on to Mars. And there is a planetary schema that is important. There's a reason why we put it in the way that we do. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a moment. I'm just going to go to the bathroom for a second. So thanks for everybody for hanging out with me here. We're not done. We still got probably an hour and a bit, maybe an hour and a half. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We still got a bit of time here. Feel free to hang out with me. I'm just going to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to be right back. See you in just one moment. Still cold here in Canada. Springtime here in Canada, and it's still cold, at least at the present time. I'm going to jump around in the sun after I'm done with this podcast today. So, next up, we're going to be discussing the individual house lords, the nature of the planetary lords for Leo rising. And as we go along, we're going to be discussing it in a certain pattern. This pattern is here for a reason. Ernst always gives it in this certain pattern. There's many ways to convey the planets kind of coming down. But this, as I have been learning it, is the essential numerology of the planets. And it reflects the days of the week. Sunday, number 1. Moon day, Monday, number 2. In French, the word for Mars is mardi, Tuesday, Mars. The word for Wednesday is mercredi, Mercury, Wednesday. The word for Thursday in French is jeudi, Jupiter, 5. Friday, Thursday, the 5th day. And Jupiter is also the karaka of the 5th house of children, of the joy in the soul. Venus, interestingly, is the word for Friday in French is vendredi, Venus, the 6th day. And it's interesting that, and you got to think of it in the right way. Venus, I always call it the axle of self-love. And Venus represents 6. And it's interesting that Venus is debilitated in the 6th house. Venus being in, Venus is not necessarily, Venus can do very well in the 6th house. Well, it's not debilitated in the 6th house. It's debilitated in the 6th sign of Virgo. And that's because Venus is the axle of self-enjoyment and self-love in a way. So if you have your Venus well placed, it's going to operate as if it's actually in the 12th sign of Pisces. And if it's not as well placed, it's going to operate as if it's in the 6th sign Virgo. That's why there is a resonance with Venus relating to the 6. I digress. I've talked about it in other videos. Vendredi, Friday, Venus, 6. And then, of course, what would Saturday be? We can guess that it would be the one and only furthest planet from the zodiac, Saturn day, Saturn, number 7. Yeah, however you want to do that. So this planetary schema does resonate in an important way, and that's why I like to teach it in this series, and to go through the planets in the way that Ernst Wilhelm has conveyed them in these things. So Sun, number 1, especially for Leo, the 1st house. We are first going to talk about what is the Sun all about for Leo rising. Let's start cooking. So you can see I'm getting it from here. And we read that the Sun is considered auspicious. The Sun deals with our soul, our sense of self, our character. Excuse me. The Sun is the ruler of the natural 5th house of the zodiac. It shows that one's direction and path in life generally has a natural zeal towards self-expression. The fact that Leo is the ruler of the natural 5th sign of the zodiac, I should say. And having Leo in the ascendant shows that one's direction and path in life generally has a natural zeal towards self-expression. Even here, we can see I'm teaching astrology, but I'm very much doing it in my own unique, you can really see my personality and self-expression coming through this, me teaching these universal archetypes. Now, the first lord, I'm going to put this here, The first lord has, as a trine and an angle, suggests that there's a lot of zazz, personality, and outgoingness, which is, of course, typical for all of us. But it's interesting that Leo doesn't rule any other sign, or the sun only rules Leo. That's what's interesting about Leo and Cancer, is that it's emphasized, like with all the other planets, Saturn rules 2 houses. Jupiter rules two houses and signs, I should say. Mars, Venus, Mercury, they all rule 2 signs. The sun and moon represent very strong arbiters of whatever houses they rule, because they aren't being diverted by the energy of another sign. Leo is the only one that the sun rules. So Leo, being what it is, being a trine and an angle, we could see that the trine houses are the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th. The angular houses are the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th. So Leo, the sun, is both an angular and a trinal lord. And this shows that it's got the sparkle of coming from the self, but it also is dealing with the world outside of it, the opportunism of an angle. Nice seeing you, Anne. My friend Anne Ruiz is splitting, and I'm very glad to have shared some time with you, Anne. So, the sun rules an angle as well as a trine, being the first lord. It's the only planet that rules that spot, which shows what Leo is. They are diving out into the world, and they'll always still remain themselves, no matter how much they carve into the world outside of them through the angle. They always remain themselves through their trine nature, as much as they carve into the world outside of them through their angle nature, being an angle. It's interesting to think about. Now, we've just read from my notes from RYAN KURCZAK. Now, next up, we're going to be reading from Ernst Wilhelm's idea of what the sun is all about. So, we read about Leo Lagna. Excuse me. Oh, damn, that was very important. Sorry, I had to stretch there. Whew. What we read from Ernst Wilhelm is the sun as the first lord. The sun is the lion's noble and inspirational personality. The sun as the lagna lord endows the Leo lagna with power and magnetism that comes from being centered in the self, being very, hopefully, self-aware. Although not all Leos are self-aware. They are self-conscious, self-interested, self-oriented, but not always necessarily aware of that orientation. That is something that has to come through the humbling character of Saturn, in my opinion. But also, especially, self-awareness comes from all of us through meditation. Stopping the impetuous, compelling thoughts and sitting in the nature of the self that exists beyond the fluctuations in consciousness, the true inherent spirit. That's why meditation is important for all of us, but the self-awareness of Leo is very useful, for a Leo, I should say. Now, what we read is that all planets revolve around the sun and benefit from its light. Similarly, the sun for Leo Lagna, Leo rising, gives the light of inspiration through a dynamic and inspirational personality. The sun also gives a personality that requires a lot of space. Wants to have lots of space to do what it wants to do. Now, ruling the rising sign, the sun is a first-rate temporal benefic. I'm sorry. My mind is stuck on the fact that the sun also gives a personality that requires a lot of space. Space is an interesting word here. Ernst is pretty, generally when he says something, he almost has it like a sutra. And each word is important. So when he says the sun gives a personality that requires a lot of space, I would say what this means is that for me, for example, like I really want to be able to be myself, and I want to be able to do things my own way. This is an internal thing as well as an external thing. When you're dealing with a Leo rising, you know that you're taking on a character who makes space for his own unique signature, his own unique personality, and he wants everybody to taste his essence in the sauce. If his essence gets lost in the sauce, he's going to say, yeah, more onion, more of me, please. He wants to see his unique contribution to anything that he touches and anything that he or she does, I should say, for women as well. And not only is space made externally, but the Leo also will make space in their personal life, just to think of how I can further carve out my unique signature in my own internal mind and processing, as well as in what I do with my life, my energy field. So we require a lot of space. Now, ruling the rising sign, the lagna, the sun is a first-rate temporal benefic. And the sun gives the natives the quality of magnetizing to themselves that which they need to fulfill their destiny. A temporal benefic, what do we mean by this? It's simply that the sun rules the first house. And as we said, the first house is auspicious, as we read in our general planetary house lord rules. So it rules the lagna. It doesn't have any other signs that diverts its energy. And we know the rising sign, the first house, is one of the auspicious houses. So it's a first-rate temporal benefic. And the personality of what the Leo does magnetizes to them that which they ultimately need to fulfill their destiny when they want it. They have the capacity to just go out and get what they want and what they need for themselves. They're not it's a funny thing. It's like when a plant needs a certain type of soil, it can't go out and get it. Somebody has to provide it for that plant. Many people are like this, like a plant like this. They feel victimized. Oh, this isn't the soil that I grow best in. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to suffer. Leo generally doesn't do that. That's why they can be testy, because I want things my specific way in order to bring out the best in me. But this is something that we can all learn from the sun and from Leo in a certain way. If you need a certain type of soil to grow, go out and get that soil and align yourself with what you want to align yourself with to make you do your best. Again, as usual, you can't always get what you want. That's why having a good Saturn allows you to adapt. Sometimes the world doesn't give us what we want, but it has the elements of what we need. And we can just adapt what we want with what the world gives us. And sometimes by doing so, we can still get what we need and what we want. That's a battle that the Leo needs to figure out for themselves. But this is still an important read here, is that the quality that magnetizes to them that which what they need to fulfill their destiny. Can you guys see me here yet? As a natural malefic, the sun being a malefic, the sun may separate them from those things that would restrict their personalities and diminish their luster. Especially wherever the sun is in the chart. I can really relate to this, I've got the sun in the 4th house. That's not the happiest place for the sun. So the sun, wherever the sun is for a Leo rising, there's going to be a little bit of antagonism and a separation of that thing whenever that thing might diminish their luster and diminish or restrict their personality. My family, I'm blessed with a good family. My family loves me very much, and I do make the space to be myself in my family. And everyone's like, okay, Dustin's doing the Dustin thing. All right, we get it, Dustin. You are you, and we are us. And you are a part of the we that is us, but you are an individual. You've made that very clear, Dustin. This is and that can be antagonizing. But I have to make that space, or else I wouldn't be me and I wouldn't be able to do what I do for my family. So again, this is one of those weird things that it is what it is. You just got to deal with it as it is. Sometimes I'm humbled and find that I'm making more space than I need to. But there's been times where my family, I've felt them being them restricting who I am, and I just had to puff my chest out and say, guys, I can't compromise on who I am. I love you guys, so we're going to deal with this and make it happen and get through this. So this is the sun in the 4th house. Especially it's something I got to deal with in my personal relationships with my partner. So wherever the sun is, you're going to find yourself dealing with this necessary space making and space taking. If the sun is in the 2nd house, we see that the sun is going to have to make space for itself in the way that it deals in developing resources. And a lot of the times it might be annoying for you to do that in your own way, but you really are going to want to do it in your own way in the 2nd house. And that might even ruin you being objective about finances or developing resources in the way that would be the most clever. You say, I need to do it my way. And ultimately, that's just part of the space that needs to be made there. Probably this example would be better if we look at the sun with another planet. The sun especially is with Venus. This is a Leo who needs to be I need to be myself first, and I cater to the relationship based on the more prominent principle of me being myself. And your partner's like, yeah, honey, I get it. I'm just saying we need to go to the ball. You don't need to be dressed up in a jean jacket. Just put on something nice. Put on something nice for the place that we're going to. It's your sister's wedding. Don't come in leather pants and a jean jacket. Up. I'm myself first. The situation comes second. And so here you have Leo rising in a jean jacket and leather pants while everyone else is in tuxedos and dresses. That's like the sun being with Venus as an example. That would even be maybe Mercury too, because Mercury rules the 2nd house and is a kind of about clothing and what your appearance in a way. I'm just getting you guys to think about the fact that the sun has this, I need to make this space for myself. And sometimes in that moment, you should compromise and just go with what the ball is best with. But there will be times where it'll be appropriate for you to compromise because you as the person have to do what you've got to do to abide in what makes you most powerful. And it's the same thing for women as well. You got to make space for yourself wherever the sun is, by house, by sign, and by planetary association. You're allowed to carve in there a little bit. Just be careful to be mindful of the ego. If you find yourself with the sun with an important planet and it's burning that planet, but your sun is weak, you might say, I don't feel the need to make space for myself here. And then your sun is compromised, and then the basic aspect of the gargantuan personality that you're supposed to be is compromised. You have to question that as well. And make sure that you're not compromising the most essential part of yourself, which is yourself as a Leo. Sounds unspiritual to say it in this way, but this is part of the tantra of spirit, self, and objective reality. there will be times when you got to compromise one way or the other. This is the sacrifice that Leo lives through, right? There's no formula for it. You just got to look at where the sun is by sign, house, and planetary associations, see what compromise might potentially happen there, and then be with every situation mindfully. Every situation will be different. There's no perfect formula. You just got to be mindful of every one, meditate, and deal. I hope that's helpful. Shoot. Thank you, Teresa. So it looks like my stream is acting up again. God, I don't know if it's my computer or what. But thankfully you guys are here with me. Once again, folks, I can see now that my stream is acting up. So I'm going to quickly diminish this stream for just a moment, and then we're going to come back. Stay with me. The stream shouldn't end, and then hopefully I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me okay? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you guys are still hanging out. Thank you, Teresa. As usual, you're really helping me to make sure that I'm not messing with anything. Clear Isabelle, you guys can see me okay. Thank you, Amy Humble. I appreciate you as well. Thank you, Teresa. Teresa just gave me a lovely tip. You always do, Teresa. You don't have to, and you always do, and I appreciate it. So, we're on track here, folks. Again, I knew this would be a long video. We might even go into 4 hours on this one, but it is what it is. I'm having fun. So if you guys are with me, we're going to keep on trucking here. So that aspect of the sun, that sacrifice, learning to adapt to what you got to sacrifice is very important. Yes, Teresa, you're correct. I gotta figure out. I gotta at least clean my computer out. I think what happens is the computer makes a freeze moment, and that messes up the stream. I don't think it's the internet stream thing. I think it's my computer. So I'm going to probably get it in and get cleaned out at some point. We've talked about the sun. The sun is a very important central thing. And this sacrifice of knowing what's the tougher sacrifice. Do I have to sacrifice everybody's emotional well-being in this moment in order for us to all to do what we need to do? And is that the right thing to do? Then do it. Be the tough guy, crack the whip, and say, okay, everybody, we got to stop being babies right now because we all have a goal. And our whatever little resistances we all have here, we have to just drop it, be mature adults, and go towards whatever it is that we're all doing here. Okay? Is everybody with me on that? Or there's times when the Leo has to look at himself or herself and say, you know what, I think I'm being a bit too willful in this moment. I have to be more sensitive to the people around me. I have to sacrifice my desire to extend my will and manifest it and be sensitive to the people, the supports, the people who are holding me as I try to do my will, like the soil of the plant. So that was the sun. Now, another very key aspect of this sacrifice. The thing is that there will be times when the Leo blinds itself to its own emotions, and its emotions are very important to its partners and its loved ones. That's why now we're going to start talking about the moon. The moon is a very important planet for all of us. It is the arbiter of chitta, which is pure. It's the mind in a way. It is the manas in a way, although chitta is really all aspects of consciousness. The manas, the mind, the moon. It's, we often make the distinction between the mind that we afford through Mercury. Thank you, Cosmic Rose. Mercury is a different aspect of the mind. And it's sort of just like more left brain. Mercury is kind of left brain and right brain in a way, whereas the moon is kind of more right brain. It is the aspect of the mind which includes the emotional feelings, our gut instincts. It is really the vessel of felt awareness of what we're experiencing. And so chitta is very important for us. And for Leos can have a way of prioritizing. And this prioritization is very powerful in Leo, but it can also cause trouble. If you're prioritizing the objective, Leos can get through things. When Leo's climbing up a mountain, my objective is to get up there. If I have to, I'll drink a little bit of water, and I know ultimately I'm not here to drink water. I'm here to walk up this mountain. But if drinking the water is going to help you get up there, you should prioritize the little things on the way to the big priority of getting up the mountain. The emotions, the water of the emotions is like that water. You should prioritize that too. There are some times when if you don't have any water, or if there's no water available, you just got to prioritize, you got to suffer. Leo can suffer for themselves. The problem is that if they're with a camping crew, if you are, I'll use the example of a Leo woman because I think I lean into the man example too much. If you're a Leo woman, you're walking up the mountain and you want to do things for the family, you're sacrificing things for everybody, you're working hard at whatever it is that you're doing, and you might forget to observe the water that you're actually moving through. The emotions that you're feeling, the emotions that others are feeling. Again, Leo can go without they can go without drinking that water. But if you have a crew of people with you, you have to make sure, is everybody had coffee? Do we need to order a pizza? Is everybody well appropriated and attuned in this moment? Does everybody have what they need? Because Leo can operate without it. Leo can just go, but not everybody else can work in that way. So Leo needs to think about everybody else's thing. And when someone says, I don't like the way that you go so far without giving us breaks, the Leo has to think about that. The Leo has to be aware of other people's emotional reality and even learn that what those people are saying in those moments might teach you something about yourself. This is the adapting and not taking it personally when you have failed, especially. That's a very important one for Leo. Don't take it personally, or don't be pissed at the karma that has caused you to desire to do great things, which has caused you to neglect emotional aspects of yourself, your partners, whatever. Don't feel bad about it. Just acknowledge it. Don't dwell on it. And adapt. And adapt so that you take the best of what they're telling you, but still keep yourself. Still be true to yourself as someone who wants to push everybody to do their best. It's the Leo sutras that I'm laying down here. So that being said, the moon is this aspect of chitta. It's the full awareness of your feelings and of your consciousness, of all the embodied aspects of yourself and of your growth, of what you need to ultimately be the best person. The moon is about growth. It's about personal growth for all of us. And it's a painful type of growth because you have to let go of what hasn't been working for you. And Leos need to be able to integrate this. And if you understand it correctly, it's kind of psychedelic to think about. The moon is the 12th lord, and the sun is the first lord. Often what happens is Leo, in this moment, has a flash of creative brilliance. And Leo, the Leo personality doesn't realize that the pictogram of will that they see in that moment could change. And it's gonna change. So the moon is the planet of growth, and it rules the 12th house. What exactly does this tell us? What it tells us is that the growth we experience has to be like a seed, like a plant that will erode the concrete that Leo tried to set in stone in the last moment, the last creative blip, moment that they had. This is why a good Leo, who is a good creator, is adapting. Like let's say you're a musician and you're a rock star, and you find this good formula for creating new music. You create an album with 7 songs on it, and each one is a little bit different, but they've all got this one, you can tell this is this person, this Leo rising, who's got this thing down. Now, you make another album. Are you going to do it the same way you did before? Because you could, because people love your work. But the moon will challenge you to adapt in a way that you can keep the best of your last album and adapt it so you can make it even better, which means that you have to let go of the old formula. You have to let go of that comfortable thing that was doing good work for you before. That's the only way we can really grow, is to let go of what has worked for us in the past, because the forms aren't as relevant as the pure awareness of this moment, because you'll miss the opportunities that are right in front of you if you're holding on to your memory of what has worked in the past. That's why we say in the Bhagavad Gita that you don't want to hold on to even, there's tamas, there's rajas, and there's sattva. Tamas is inertia, rajas is active energy, and sattva is goodness, it's integrating. And even the good things that we remember working for us before, we have to let go of. We have to not be attached to them. A sage is not attached to any form of goodness. They are just aware and mindful in the present moment, and they accept whatever their mind says is the best for them, whatever their emotions are telling them that this is the best thing in this moment. It's different from what I was doing before. And it might even make me upset. It might not be as pleasurable as what I was doing before. But you got to let it go. It's like you're a teenager, you're smoking pot in a basement, listening to records from 18 years old in your mom's basement from your 18 until 25, and that gave you pleasure. Now you find you're 20 years old, 25 years old, coming up to your Saturn return, and your emotions are telling you that this isn't serving you anymore. The moon is causing you to let go, and it's painful. The 12th house is painful, but that's an important growth. It feels like a loss at the moment. It feels like you have to let go of this thing that has given me so much pleasure. But if you let go of your attachment to what has given you pleasure in the past, you might look back in the rearview mirror and say, that was another ceiling. That was keeping my head from bursting past the shell of the seed. We have to be open to our emotions. We have to be open to what this moment is giving us, while still holding on to and exploring what does give us pleasure. Because there's some aspects of what you experience there that do give you pleasure. But it wasn't the form that did it. It was the spirit that did it. Seek the self that doesn't change, and it will permeate beyond all the forms of that reality brings you. This is the importance of the moon for Leo, especially listening to the people, listening to your lovers, listening to people who reflect your emotions at you. They will tell you what you don't realize is blocking you if you are open and if you are willing to play with the pain of loss. The 12th house, again, is material loss for spiritual gain. And a lot of the times what we let go of through the moon as a Leo end up not having really been serving us, or else we wouldn't have let it go. You don't have to let go of everything. But you're going to eventually see what is not worth holding on to, because you're going to listen. If you develop self-awareness, develop chitta, listen to your mind, listen to your emotions, eventually it'll be clearly obvious what you should be letting go of. Thank you, Teresa. And I'm so glad to have you here as well, Cosmic Rose. So, I could go forever on this stuff. I'm getting into Kriya Yoga through RYAN KURCZAK. Eventually, I'm going to talk about that. But this is where a lot of this consciousness is coming from. If you guys are interested in it, I can't teach it right now because I'm still going through the learning process, and I don't want to dirty up the data. But check out RYAN KURCZAK'S Kriya Yoga Apprenticeship if you want to get in tune with what I just laid down. I'm kind of transmitting that in my teaching of these astrology things right now. But let's keep moving forward with the presentation we have at present. I hope this has been. I hope that was satisfying for you folks. Let me know if that whole thing I just went off was it hit in the way I am hoping that it did. Now, next up, we're looking at the moon is a neutral lord, ruling the neutral 12th house. We find, and I'm going to show this picture here just so we can see the moon ruling that 12th house. We find that the moon will act based on the other planets that influence it, right? Like I said, I've got, the moon being neutral. In my chart, we can see I've got the moon with the evil 11th Lord Mercury. Evil meaning inauspicious. And it can bring egotism and all these sorts of things as relates to the things I'm building in my career. We shall see how that unfolds as my time goes on, shan't we? Now, that's what the moon is. It's a neutrality that takes on the character of other planets that influence it. I've made a note here that says that's Jupiter and also Mercury. I guess Jupiter because my moon is in Sagittarius. So that's how we can kind of think about these things. Now, the moon as the 12th lord is a loss for the Leo ascendant, or a source of spirituality, depending on how it is directed. Right. And this is what I was saying in that last monologue. Now, if the moon is in another difficult house, that gives the Leo lagna a lack of empathy, or the capacity to emotionally relate. If the moon is in a difficult house, if the moon is in the 6th, if it's in the unstable 8th, if it's in the egotistical 11th, it's going to be, or in the 3rd house, the moon in the 3rd as well. The moon in those places are going to have some kind of compulsion, some bigger objective that it's dealing with, and it's channeling its emotions through that house. And it has no time to have to develop the self-awareness that we were just talking about. And then it will have a difficulty emotionally relating to the people around it because it's doing something. It's too busy, and it doesn't have the chance to still its mind and to truly emotionally relate and listen to others. Now, when the moon's positively placed, the Leo has a great sense of surrender, spirituality, and capacity for meditation and contemplation. Now, I'm glad that my moon is in the 5th house when I think about that, because the 5th house is an auspicious house, no matter how you dice it or slice it. I digress. I gotta stop talking about me. Negatively speaking, this can give the moon ruling the neutral 12th house can give the Leo difficulty in relating well to others, or even hearing or feeling their own heart. When the moon has Digbala for Leo ascendant, it can be, ironically, okay, I see what this is saying. So there's one difficult thing for Leo, and it's that you'll notice that Scorpio is at the bottom of the chart. Now, each planet has something called Digbala. The moon gains Digbala, which is directional strength, when it is close to the bottom of the chart. The moon likes to be closer to the 4th house, at the bottom foundation, because that's when the moon, the emotions, can sit in the emotions, in the foundations of the self. So the moon likes to be closer to the 4th house. But for a Leo rising, the closer the moon tends to get to the 4th house, the closer the moon tends to get to Scorpio, which is where the moon is debilitated. So there's just kind of a grab bag situation there. The moon, it's a good thing and a bad thing if you understand it. It just shows that the moon is a mixed bag by its house and sign placement. If it's in Scorpio, it's debilitated, and that sucks, but it's in the 4th house. So it has great capacity for self-awareness. It'll just be like a self-awareness that has difficulty acting through the heart of dealing with others, as the moon is supposed to do. When the moon is in Scorpio, we see that the moon is willful, and it wants to deal with its emotional healing in its own way, and that's not conducive to emotional healing. A smart moon is the moon in Taurus, when it uses the resources of others around it, that are always around it, to help it constantly experience and express and work out the joys that the moon seeks through its emotions. That's why the moon does well in Taurus. For Leo, again, it's a mixed bag, because by being in Taurus, it tends to be on, and it's dealing with a performance by being in the 10th house. The moon doesn't like being in the 10th house, it likes to be in the 4th. So really a good place for the moon is like the 5th house, the 9th house, even the middle points. It's kind of a mixed bag. Ultimately, the moon is going to be, for a Leo, because of this, you really just want to look at the sign lord that it's in. Ideally, it'll be in friends, dignity, etc. It'll usually have either good digbala, but not so good, but it'll be close to debilitation by being close to Scorpio, or it'll be close to Taurus, which means it's close to being exalted, but it won't have good digbala. It won't have directional strength. It won't be able to have as much self-awareness. So it could go one way or the other. I hope that was clarifying. Now, the next thing we're going to read is the moon is the 12th lord for Leo rising, coming from Ernst Wilhelm. And this is what we have here. The moon is the lion's den, the lion basking in the sun, as well as the thorn in his paw, his hidden sensitivity. So it is both of these things. The moon as the 12th lord indicates that retreat and seclusion are necessary for the Leo native's mental and emotional well-being. Yeah, that makes sense. They are kind of in a world of their own, emotionally speaking, us Leos. They are isolated emotionally, even when they're with a whole bunch of people. A lot of the times they tend to even act out and behave in social situations as per what they think befits the situation, but their true emotions are hiding behind the surface of what they think is needs to be said in this moment. The 12th house has to do with isolation, right? And it's ruled by the moon. The sensitive feelings, emotions, and care hidden behind the dignified personality are represented by the moon. The moon gives a strong desire for rest, as well as a spiritually contemplative and meditative mentality in the horoscope of a spiritual nativity. So this is somebody who considers them to be spiritual, who aspires to embody what we mean when we talk about spirituality and wisdom and spiritual intelligence. For a person who has that kind of evolved chart, we find the moon it gives a strong desire for rest, for letting go of the constant desire for the ego to create and manifest and be busy and objectively do all these things. The moon allows you to let go of a bit of that to just make space for the God that is this moment and allow it to happen. Don't try so hard to make the world happen when it can do it by itself. The moon is temporally neutral due to ruling the 12th house. So when the moon is bright, meaning it's like basically, what we generally say is that it's waxing, but the brighter the moon is, the better. Really, it's 10 days after the new moon, and then 10 days after the new moon, the moon is bright. And then it's bright for 10 days, and then it begins to get diminished after the last 10 days. So a month is about 30 days. So it's the day 10 to day 20 of a new moon, right? After the new moon, the 10th day to the 20th day, the moon is at its brightest. And in these places, it gives. But it gives expensively or through lengthy investments. But it gives, and it makes things easier on all the people around it when it's bright. The moon is also socially active, though it's usually extravagant or expensively so. So the moon can be active, and it tends to be luxurious in this way in order to make Leo feel better about everything, because they have deep emotions because they tuck them away. So when the moon is darker, when it's closer to the new moon, the moon tends towards greater mental introversion and retreat. My moon is technically in that space. And that's not necessarily conducive to a good thing. Leo, it's good for Leo, even when they've got a full moon and it's very bright. It's good. They will be social creatures. It's still good for them to, as we read here, it's good for them to find retreat and seclusion for their mental and emotional well-being. The ideal is that it's close to full moon and it is bright, and the person has social connections that they love and they connect with, and then they retreat. They retreat into seclusion. They look at their emotions. They observe them. They go inside and experience the emotions that they experienced while they were partying and gallivanting around town. They see what they actually feel about those things. They observe. They write in their journal, I think that I was doing too much of this. I'd like to be more of this kind of person. And then, because the moon is bright, they go and embody what they learned in their seclusion. They embody it with the people around them. And they don't just write it down and make it and just hold it to themselves. They wear it. They transform themselves through the people around them. That's a Leo with a good moon, right? Moments of seclusion peppered into an enjoyable, emotionally rich social life. Yeah. That's our moon, ladies and gentlemen. The moon of Leo rising. And I hope that made sense. I hope that came off clearly. Next up, gosh, I wish I had some chocolate. I know I got some downstairs. I'm going to be pretty hungry after this here session. But that's okay. Next up on the docket, we have, let's see, who would be next? We've got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It's Mardi, Mars. Mars is particularly auspicious, ruling the 4th house, an angle, and the strongest trine. Naivelira, thank you very much for hanging out and enjoying. I try to be real when I can, and it's nice when I actually get there. So, next up is Mars. We read that Mars produces auspiciousness. I'm just going to answer our friend Cosmic Rose has asked, I'm wondering why so much of this feels like it applies to me. You're a Cancer sun, but you got Venus conjunct Pluto and Leo. Well, you got Venus and Pluto there, so you've got some Leo. But I will say that Leo, when you talk about Leo rising, we're talking about the sun, and the sun is the center of all of us, in a way. So when we're talking about the sun and dealing with like what the moon means to the sun, we're dealing with stuff that everybody's going to experience. So that's one cool thing about this particular episode, is that I can talk about wisdoms of the spirit of the sun, the mind of the moon, and anybody can resonate with it even if they're not astrologers, which is cool about this episode. But these things will be emphasized if you are a Leo rising in particular. So we're looking at Mars here, and what we read is that Mars, Jupiter, and the sun produce auspiciousness. Mars is particularly auspicious, ruling the 4th house, which is an angle, and it's the strongest trine, the 9th house. And as I said, the trine houses have there's a priority sequence. There's a hierarchy. Mars is the 9th house is the most auspicious. The 5th house is the second most auspicious. And then the 1st house is the third most auspicious. So the 9th house is everybody's secret ace. But Mars in particular, we've already talked about it a little bit, is that Mars is particularly auspicious because that lucky planet, the 9th house, is also ruling an angle, the 4th house. And you guys got to dig that this is Leo and Cancer are very special in a way. Well, I shouldn't say that. Everybody has the capacity to be special. But there's something very significant about, and it's Mars is the case for both of them. When you look at Leo rising, Mars rules the 4th house, which is an angle, and the 9th house, which is a lucky trine. When you look at Cancer rising, it's the same thing. Maybe I'll just bring it up. Like, what the heck? Why not, right? Oh, I don't have the picture made, though. Well, that's okay. For Cancer, Scorpio rules the 5th house, and Aries rules the 10th house. That's also a trine and a angle. Cancer and Leo are the only signs that have one planet as what's called a karaka like this. Am I right on that? No, I'm not right on that. I think that Taurus... Okay, so I'm not right on that. Taurus also has Venus as a similar karaka. It's okay. I digress. Whenever you see one planet that rules an angle and a trine, just like Leo does, Leo has Mars ruling the 4th house, which is an angle, and Aries rules the 9th, which is a trine. You have luck and opportunity mixed together. And that's very important. So for Mars, we have an angular, cruel planet ruling the 9th house. So this is typically a very, very good planet for a Leo ascendant, because Mars rules over the person's spirit. It's the 9th house. It's their zeal, their sense of right and wrong, their drive and accomplishment, and their capacity to fix problems. That's just a Mars thing. But Leo has a desire to fix problems right as they happen. Leo is constantly, especially when it comes to family, they have a ethical need to just figure out and deal with whatever's going on at a spiritual level. They're even looking to unbuckle and understand their own deepest desires. They have the 9th house gives them an ethical, moral call to explore what's given in the 4th house and to fix what's going on with their spirit, with their alignment, with their soul. Mars as a fiery planet, can we see here yet? Mars as a fiery planet for Leo and a fiery sign. Oh, okay, yeah. So Leo is a fiery sign. Mars is a fiery planet. So Mars gives deep and incisive capacity to view problems, as well as deep insight into how to fix them. Leo can really be an incredible problem solver in this way if their Mars is well placed, because it's really Mars that is doing this problem solving. This is part of the reason why Leos can do such great things, is because they just have such a deep understanding of whatever it is that they're dealing with. If I might toot my own horn, I can see, at least I can see myself resonating with this in terms of this astrology stuff. I can see in this fiery, intuitive way how each planet relates to each other. I should be careful with that, because there are plenty of great astrologers that aren't Leo risings. So maybe I took that a little more far than I needed to. I digress. The point is that Mars gives this deep capacity to view problems and an insight into how to fix them. Mars can give Raj Yoga, the royal yoga, on its own for Leo Ascendant if it is well placed. Raj Yoga means a planet that rules an angle in a trine. Mars does great in the 9th house, the 10th house, or an angle or a trine, but it won't necessarily give of its positive qualities if it is ill placed. And it has all this potential for positive, good qualities. And I think personally, I understand what Ryan is saying here. It won't necessarily give of its positive qualities if it's ill placed. I think even if it's ill placed, there's still a lot of good that can come from that. But what happens with Leo is Mars is a loaded graha. It's a loaded planet. And if you waste that very important bullet in inauspicious ways, it's deeply detrimental. It's doubly loss. It's a double loss if Mars is not well placed. So Mars and its placement is very important for Leo, because huge aspects of Leo's whole thing are loaded into this one slot. You have to understand that really one of the powers of Leo is that they can emotionally sustain themselves on enacting a mission to create their will. Mars is the general of the sun, and it is the manifestor of the sun's will. Now, Mars has an ethical 9th house spiritual desire it wants to do what's in its spirit, what's in its soul, what it believes in. Leo wants to do what they believe in. Their happiness is predicated on it. Their happiness, the 4th house, is predicated on their ability to do something that means something to them, the 9th house. And this is mutually sustaining. The 9th house sustains the emotions, right? Now, as the Leo goes on doing something that they believe in, they gain happiness from it. They feel aligned with a purpose that they're contributing to the world and sharing the gifts that's inside them. This gives them emotional happiness, and that emotional happiness carries them through to doing more things that are meaningful to them. It's this incredible, it's like a wheel that has like this, it's like a wheel with a ball and a string on either end of it. The ball and the string, as soon as the wheel comes up, the ball and the string flings them forward. And then it slows down again, and then the ball and the string flings up, and then it keeps them going forward in this sort of way. It's the 9th house and the 4th house. The emotions caused by doing what's right causes you to do what's right. And then doing what's right causes you to feel good. So this is an incredible powerhouse for the Leo if Mars is placed at least well enough to make proper good use of it. If Mars is really devastated in a Leo rising's chart, they're not going to do what they truly believe in, and they're going to feel it in the deepest parts of their guts, and it's going to slow them down. They're going to feel like there's an indigestion of their spiritual desires. They won't feel good about whatever they're doing. They're going to feel like they're pissing their God-given time away. And that's going to make them feel victimized. It's going to make them feel like they don't have the energy to do what they actually want to do. And then they're not going to do what they want to do. And then they're going to feel even worse, and it can become a gross spiral. So this is why Mars is very important for Leo. This is the kind of stuff that, like, it's not even this is an emotional therapy. This is like you would need to go to a psychologist or a therapist and have them survey with you what you would like to do in your life and find that whatever feels best for you. What do you want to do when you were young? Do you want to be a firefighter? What does that mean in the context of what you are today and what you can do? You got to sacrifice whatever you've held on to survive thus far and do that. Have somebody help you organize your responsibilities and commitments so you can let go of the ones that aren't really important to you and focus on something that's a worthy sacrifice to your spirit. That will make you happy, and that will completely pull the whole thing out of the mud. It's very important. Susie's asking if there's a remedy for a trashed Mars for Leo rising. I would say the best remedy is what I'm talking about, Susie, is going to a therapist. Because Mars is a planet of it's a mechanical planet. So Mars needs to see the mechanical logistics of unfurling itself, of unfurling some kind of action that is aligned with your spiritual purpose. So the remedies for Mars would be seeing a therapist, and I don't mean that at all in a bad way. I will occasionally see a therapist myself because it's important to objectify what's going on and what I'm doing and to have discernment of what's best for me. So therapy is a key remedy for Mars, for everybody, because Mars works at a logical level, and it needs to combat what it thinks is working for itself with somebody who's also, so you think drinking will help. Well, drinking has not helped you in the past, so why don't you need Mars needs to have a sword fight with somebody else in order to learn to do the sword fighting that Mars does. So a therapist who will kind of prompt you to question what you've been doing is very important. Also, general fire things is a remedy for Mars. Fire is combustive, and it's single-pointed. And feeding fire, whether it's a candle or some kind of yagna, some kind of sacrifice thing where you're just going out, gathering a bunch of sticks, writing your desires on a piece of paper, and putting it into the fire and nursing that fire, putting good things into it. This is classic Indian puja Agni stuff. Putting in, even sacrificing things, putting in beloved things that you love, but you are willing, as a symbol of sacrifice for the fact that you're willing to let go of your emotional attachments. You're willing to let go of what hasn't been serving you by putting it into the fire and invoking the nature of fire inside yourself, because that's what Mars is. It's combustive like this. If you have a trash Mars, you need to open up to the digestive process of combustion, which means letting go. Letting go of what doesn't work. And also the Bij mantras of Mars. Do a ceremony like that and find the Bij mantra of Mars. You would look it up on Google. Bij is spelled B-E-E-J. Find out what that is. Listen to it. Listen to another person doing it. Burn it in your brain as you're doing this sacrifice ceremony, this yagna. You write down whatever you want on the paper. Let go of some things that you're kind of attached to as a symbol of letting go. And then turn the Bij mantra in your mind while you put it in the fire. Then when you go away from that little ceremony, you're going to think about that Bij mantra, and it's like a connector point. It's an anchor. Oh, that's right. I forgot. My Mars is struggling, given to its own by its own devices, your Mars is struggling, you have to use your consciousness and the God-given power of your pure awareness to use your action to permeate beyond that karma by using something like a bij mantra, connecting to the memory that you're willing to let go of things in order to go into the combustion of the Agni, of the fire. Bij mantras are very powerful neuroprogramming techniques, and this would, I think, would be the best remedy for a Mars. Thank you, Susie, for that question. I'm glad I laid that out, because Mars is the fulcrum of Leo. Mars is going to decide whether Leo is good or bad. Simply put, you can have a great love life, you can have a great wife or husband, but it's not going to mean anything if you aren't in a line with your spirit, with what's inside you. And Mars is the 4th as well as the 9th. It is the idea of the Dharma that you want to express, as well as the heart that you are. And that's why I'm glad that Susie Underwood asked the question of a Mars remedy. I hope that was good. Let me know what you guys think about that remedy. I don't often talk about them in my channel, but this is the consciousness of it, and it's I enjoyed letting it out here in this way. But we must continue onward and forward here. So all of this goes to say that Mars is very important, and if it's not well placed, you would do very well to do your best to apply some kind of remedy, because it will carry you and fix a whole bunch of shit in your life that you didn't realize. All these little things piling up in your life are not as important as your spirit. Get into the fiery spirit, and those things will just melt away. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. Now, we're all still good here. Now, let's start to look at what Ernst Wilhelm gives us for Mars as the 4th and 9th lord. Mars as the 4th and 9th lord. Mars is the lion's heart and his territorial nature. Mars as the 4th and 9th lord gives inner strength and courage through wisdom, beliefs, and ideals. The 9th house is really this wisdom and belief and ideals. And it's the inner strength of the 4th house that comes. Really, the 4th house is also defined as courage. Emotional joy is like the 4th house. Anybody can keep going with anything if they've got an emotional joy that comes from within them. That's why the 4th house is so important, and it's why it's the arbiter of courage. Now, the Mars, as the 4th lord, gives inner strength and courage. And how does it do that? It gets it through the 9th house, through wisdom, belief, and ideals. Mars gives Leos the strength to fight for and protect law, ideals, and home. And these are all 4th house things, really, but also 9th house things. Mars also gives the journeys, the 9th house journeys, that widen the Leo native's domain through the 4th house. Ruling both an angle and a trine, Mars is a Yogacaraka and the most auspicious planet for the Leo native. As a natural malefic, Mars gives his fortune through will and effort, and creates the potential for conflict with others in respect to ideals and beliefs. Because Mars wants to know the bottom line. Why are we doing this? What is our intention for this thing? And Mars will be, Leo is intelligent when it comes to building a business, for example. You know, it's like if some of the best businesses, the biggest businesses, happen because a Leo rising had a good Mars and was seeing how the whole intention of the business comes down to providing a service that is actually practical, functional, and even ethical. And the materials used for that business are, ethically produced, I would say that, although that's a wide term. But ethical in the sense that there's an alignment. The way that, you got those materials are aligned with the people who you're selling the product to in the end. The whole thing has a total alignment, and that's because Leo was probably arguing with everybody saying, we've got to do it this way because this is what's best for the thing in the long run. And so ultimately they can have conflict with others with respect to ideals and beliefs, wherever that Mars is. It's the same thing we were talking about with the sun. If Mars is with any other planet, it's got a malefic, destructive quality that can just come into conflict with whatever it's touching, basically, right? If it's with Mercury, those two are, Mars has Mercury for an enemy, which sucks for Mars. But Mars being with Mercury is malefic, and it also hurts the Mercury. In particular, what this would mean is that Mercury is supposed to be playful and open. It's supposed to be open to information. It's supposed to be playful about describing information, taking in information, and even playful about talking about things. Mercury is a great manager and a great prospector and researcher. But what happens with a Leo who has Mars with Mercury is that the whole time it could be talking about and exploring with Mercury, with people. Like, okay, guys, we want to look into this sector, so let's do it. Have some folks go in there and research this sector. That's a Leo with a healthy Mercury. When Leo rising has Mars with Mercury, it's like, okay, everybody, I need everybody. We're looking for a certain type of sector, and it has to do with this. Remember, we're a company that's all about this. And, they'll spend the whole 2 hours like listening to the sound of themselves talk and proselytize about an ideal, rather than saying, like, what do you need to give your team in order to practically be open to this research on the given product or the given sector of the business that you're looking for them to research through. Mars will ethically tell everybody where not to look. In the same way, Mars will tell you where not to look if you are a Leo rising with Mars associated with Mercury. Whereas Mercury isn't supposed to be told where to look. Mercury is just supposed to keep its eyes open and be open to what's out there and look everywhere. Right? So that's an example of Mars, as we're seeing with what Ernst is saying here. Mars gives fortune through will and effort and creates the potential for conflict with others in respect to ideals and beliefs. The ideals and beliefs will obstruct whatever that other planet is supposed to be doing by its nature, by that planet's nature. Right? So, moving right along here, folks. Again, I knew this would be a long video, but that's okay. We're just at hump day. We are coming into now Wednesday, Mercredi, Mercury's day. So now we are talking about what is Mercury for a Leo rising. Mercury is an interesting one. It's an important planet for me. If you look at, I did a video with Ernst discussing how do you read a birth chart with no birth time. And if you can't figure out the birth time, you don't necessarily need to do a birth rectification. You can look at what you can find in the chart without knowing the birth time. One of those things is the name Lord. And then Ernst gave a list of names. The first letter of your name resonates with a certain planet because it resonates with aspects of the throat. The sun is at the back of the throat. And then Mars, I think, is kind of coming up here more at the back. I know Saturn is the lips. So that's like M sounds and B sounds. So my girlfriend Brihat has Saturn as her name lord. My name is Dustin, and Dustin is ruled by Mercury. So the D sound is Mercury. The T sound is Jupiter. I have at least those memorized. Ka. That's what it was. Mars is ka sounds, coming from the back of the throat. So the reason I brought that up is because I have Mercury as my name lord, so I resonate a lot with Mercury, and I've been digging through it because it does feel important to me. So anyway, enough about me, said the Leo. Let's talk about Mercury. Okay, we have lots to talk about here, I guess. Mercury is considered evil as it rules the 2nd and 11th houses. Do we see Parashara? Parashara tells us that Mercury is one of the evil houses for a Leo rising. Now, mainly, again, Mercury is neutral to Leo, so at least Mercury is not inherently really good or bad by what Mercury is to Leo. But, excuse me, Mercury is considered evil because it rules the neutral 2nd house and the inauspicious 11th house. The 11th house is the most difficult and powerful of yoga breakers. The 11th house, remember I said, just like how, same thing with the auspicious houses, there is a priority sequence. The 11th house is the most inauspicious. The 6th house is the second most inauspicious, and then the 3rd house is the least inauspicious, but it's still an inauspicious house. The 11th house is the one with the most difficulty, because it again has an idea of how things are supposed to be, and it expects those results and wants those results and won't be happy until it has those results. So, the 11th is the most difficult and powerful of yoga breakers, and the 2nd house is functionally neutral, but it acts like the other house it rules. So Mercury is particularly difficult for Leo. Remember, though, a planet is necessary and good for what it rules over. Ruling the 2nd and the 11th, if well placed, Mercury gives a lot of capacity for opulence, for material gain, and for managing those things well. Opulence being sort of 11th house, material gain being sort of 2nd house, and managing those things. Mercury is a double significator for wealth. The 11th and 2nd houses, when you think about it, those are two fixed houses. The fixed houses are power houses. There's old ancient astrology occult stuff that refers to them as the animal powers. Like I believe the 8th house is the eagle, the 5th house is the lion, the 2nd house is the bull, and then the 11th house might be the eagle. But these are these very powerful houses. They're these serpentine houses of power. The 8th and 5th are power of fire and water. The 11th and 2nd, the 2nd house is an earth house, the fixed earth house, and the 11th is the fixed air house. So the earth and air houses are more like earth is artha, which is wealth, material resources, connections of a wealthy nature, like liquid wealth or whatever that is. Whereas the 11th house is the fixed air sign, and that's a power sign. That's to do with networking and the people that you can move your 2nd house resources through. Leo, often with a strong emphasis of Mercury, just becomes someone who knows lots of people, knows how to wheel and deal, and knows how to take these people's resources, put them over here in these people's pockets, and then trade them with these people so that these people can trade these things. And Mercury, for Leo, can be a great trader of things in this way. Ultimately, these are powerful houses. All the fixed houses are houses of power, and the power conveyed by Mercury, ruling both the 2nd and the 11th, is is external material resources and gains and managing those things. So Leos can be very good in business, managing, and having wealth. So what might be the problem? Well, as we read, the more they try to define themselves through their wealth and make their lives all about their wealth, all about finding different ways to make more wealth, to secure it more, the less happy these Leos become, and the further they come away from their true soul purpose. This is meant to be a vehicle of conveyance for the Leo. The second house and the 11th house of Mercury are meant to be houses of conveyance that allows you to have the material resources you need and the connections to use those material resources in a concise, useful way. Ultimately, Leo really probably just wants to get these, whether it's businesses, whatever, they want to get something going that will sustain them so that they can do more spiritual things, creating things that mean things to them, doing things for others that ultimately put them in the place of a leader who's sacrificing and managing a team, inspiring a team to create something that we're all in it together for. That is the central essence of Leo. So oftentimes the Leo will need to get into some kind of business matter in order to get to the place where they can do what they really want to do. And this is this second house and the 11th house. And if Mercury is a little too strong, if Mercury, the 11th lord, is connected to any other very important planet, especially like Jupiter, but also Jupiter and Mars. Mercury is an enemy to Jupiter and Mars. If Mercury is stepping on their head, then the Leo will basically be blocked at a deep spiritual level from doing what they're supposed to do as a spiritual person, because it's the 11th lord. Even Mercury with the sun, Mercury together with the sun can be very devastating because the 11th lord is tied in. The evilness of the 11th lord, the hopeful business, wealth-gaining 11th lord, will be tied into the basic personality. And it'll be hard for the sun, if the sun is with Mercury, it'll be hard for the sun to let go of that instinct. Their identity is blended with it, and they become a businessman for business's sake rather than being the kshatriya, the leader, the king of people, the inspirer that Leo is supposed to be. But it's not as bad with the sun because the sun doesn't have Mercury for an enemy. It's neutral. So, the second house deals with speech, whereas the 11th house deals with being seen and validated. If Leo Ascendant spends their time talking about themselves and talking about themselves, they'll dig themselves quite a hole of unhappiness, and it will cause issues with their success. Said the Leo. That's okay, I have fun with it. And what we read is that there are higher and lower natures to this. Too much identification with this opulence, this talking of themselves and self-validation, the pompous Leo can't help not being acknowledged or admired. Now, a strong Leo ascendant likes to be recognized, but ultimately they don't really care. They prefer to be the king or queen that can put on a hood and continue to work without being seen in the glamorous public eye. So that is truly where the Leo is, because they're not about the person who's doing the doing. They're really just about the doing. What does the sun do? Does the sun put on a pair of sunglasses and say, "Hey everybody, how am I doing up here?" No. The sun just beams and radiates and doesn't ask questions about what people think about the sun. It just radiates the creative energy that we all thrive on. And Leos would do best to realize that it's that energy, that spiritual alignment with purpose, that will get you way farther than spending 3 years learning how to invest in cryptocurrency in order to hopefully make that one Bitcoin breakthrough. The whole 3 years you were investing in that, unless you've been aligned with yourself the whole time, and unless that's part of your alignment. That's like somebody who has Mercury with the sun as a Leo rising. They might get into some kind of financial thing, and I should take care to say that if you have something like that going on, that's part of who you are. You got to move through it. Don't feel antagonized by that. Don't feel guilty about that. But just know that if you practice self-awareness, you might come to find eventually that that's not that central to your personality. And if you can do it, you make some money off of it, but you'll be happy using that strictly as a vehicle of conveyance and not as a central part of your personality and spirit. Gaston Lagaffe has asked, I have a question. Why fire signs often need to be forceful? I would say it's just in our nature. There's 4 different elements, and all of them are useful to conveying the spirit. The fire signs are the part of ourselves that demand self-space. Just like when a plant roots itself in the ground in order to survive, it could say, sorry, soil, sorry that my roots have to move around you. Ultimately, a good, strong tree is one that's just like, it is what it is. We all have to take space in material reality sometimes and to be forceful. If that tree is going to dig its roots into the ground, but then produce fruits that are good for all the animals, good for all the ecology, and is creating a sum which is greater than the parts that it takes, then it taking and being forceful is not as, the energy isn't as powerful as the energy that it gives. And that's what we often find with fire signs. So I hope that answers your question, Gaston Lagaffe, of why fire signs sometimes need to be forceful. You don't ever want to be inappropriately forceful, but if, Rosa Parks was sitting on the bus and she sat at the front of the bus, she was a black lady in the 60s. She sits at the front of the bus. Some white asshole comes along and says, hey, lady, you're not supposed to be up here at the front of the bus. And she's like, fire sign, eat it, buddy. I'm an old lady. I need to get off the bus quicker. Fucking suck it. And because she did that, racism changed in America because she was forceful in that moment. She probably was a fire sign, I bet. You never know. I don't know. But she's probably got some kind of fire going on in her. So let's continue. I hope that answers your question, Gaston. Let's continue with our reading here. We're going to keep going on about Mercury as the 2nd and 11th Lord. Mercury is the lion's addresses as the Lord of the jungle. No problem, Gaston. Now, Mercury as the 2nd and 11th Lord causes the Leo native to support his personality through his eloquence and to speak about his own success and honor. And this is an important one. It is good to have a strong Mercury for Leo. It's good for us all to have all the planets as strong as we could possibly have them. A Leo with a strong Mercury probably has, whether it's actual resources or just they're attached to a name. Their father did this in this industry. And if, Mercury wants to speak to the honors and successes that you're a part of. Now, if you are the son of a person in an oil company and your father has a name that you can take advantage of in a positive way, you go to other companies and you say, hey, I am Steve Baker's son, whoever, I'm the son of that person who owns this oil company. And they say, oh, great. Wow. Okay. So you're speaking to the honor and success of what you are a part of. So we know that you can do further success for us. Sometimes you're just living on a name, and then you'll find, if you don't have the truth to back that up, or if you don't have skills to back it up, then you're going to get found out. That's like a Mercury that bites off more than it chews. That's like a hopeful Mercury that wants to use its name but doesn't actually have strength. And that will cause you all sorts of trouble. I'm sure there are many Leos that go through that. But its intention is not to be lying. The intention here is to use what attainments you do have, and to speak about your own success and honor in order to do the 11th house thing, to get you more networking opportunities and these sorts of things. So Mercury is also the titles easily grasped that provide the Leo native with name. Mercury rules the 2 houses relating most significantly to wealth, and therefore gives great ability for trade and commerce. Ruling the 11th and 2nd houses, Mercury may give egocentricity in gaining possessions and desires, and is therefore temporally malefic. Right. And this is basically everything we've already been talking about. There's an egocentrism in gaining the possessions and desires that the Leo seeks. Desires the results, desires to be well regarded and respected. This is somebody, you know what's funny? I just watched an episode. Mitch Hedberg is a funny comedian, and he says a joke that is completely represents Mercury as why is it evil that it rules the 11th house? It wants to have the name and the fame. It wants to be respected for what it has done and what it can do. So that, again, it's like having an important father. If you know your father is important, you see the archetype of, people will support somebody who is actually important. Not just somebody who is attached to a name of importance. The 9th house is the true importance of your father, and it's of yourself. The 9th house is your actual importance that you can provide to people to do something that's good for the world. The 11th house is like the name associated with it, the reputation of being an important person. And you need to have something important in order to fully take advantage of being associated with that name. So you got to work for it. And this is why Mitch Hedberg has this funny joke. He's this stoner guy. He smokes a lot of weed and he does drugs. I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too. He's funny. He has little lines, one-liners like that. And one of his lines is, man, you know what? I'm sick of following my dreams. You know what I'm going to do instead? I'm going to ask them where they're going, and then I'm just going to hang out. I'm going to catch up with them later. I'm sick of following my dreams. I'm just going to ask them where they're going and catch up with them later. He's joking, but that is like this. That's an inauspicious Mercury for Leo rising, is one who just wants to. He doesn't want to follow his dreams. He just wants to be there and not work at it, right? So that's kind of depictive of this in this sort of sense. Mercury can give egocentricity in gaining possessions and desires, and so it can be temporally malefic in this way. Now, as a natural benefic, Mercury gives practical skills and talents with which to gain and fulfill the native's desires. So Leo, when it uses its skills and its talents, it finds itself developing the 2nd house, having material resources, having money. I know I can recognize this as a musician. Yeah, you're right, Teresa. Thank God for comedians. I'm a musician, and I have hopefully I could say I have the skill and talent and desire to play, in which, I go around and I get little bits of money and fame and name from playing and from using the talents that the God-given talent that I've been gifted through my family and the hard work that I've put into it. So that's an example of, through this thing that I do, through this skill that I've been applying myself to, I can make a bit of skrilla, I can make a bit of extra moolah, and when I do it, and I do it right, I get a bit of a name for myself, and that carries on that bit of that 11th house stuff. So hopefully that was clarifying and not egotistical. That was Mercury, everybody, as the 2nd and 11th Lord of Leo rising. We got 3 left. I knew this would be a particularly long video. It is what it is. We're 4 hours in. Fuck, we might go to 5 hours on this one. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to try to keep it reined in here. I'm just having a lot of fun today. See, that is what it is, you know what I'm saying? Let's move on. Today we are, our next one, we are moving towards Jupiter, being the 2nd most auspicious planet for Leo and being a very important planet for Leo. Jupiter is auspicious, ruling the 5th and 8th house. And this is what we read when we read from Parashara. Mars, Jupiter, and the Sun produce auspiciousness. Now, what we've said, and we kind of, Gogo Pogo is asked, am I a Leo rising? And the answer is yes. I am very much a Leo rising, just so that you can see that in me. Now, as we've already talked a little bit about with Jupiter, Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona. Oh, thank you, Teresa. Teresa's saying that you hope my beautiful girlfriend isn't missing me today. She's doing her own thing this morning. I'm going to be meeting her as soon as I'm done here, and we're going to have dinner together. We're going to hang out. So don't worry about that, Teresa, but I should tell her that you said that. That's sweet of you to ask. Okay, now let's stick to our plan here. Jupiter is auspicious, ruling the 5th and 8th. Now, as we've already said, here we can see Jupiter rules Sagittarius, the 5th house, and Pisces, the 8th house. Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona of Jupiter. Whichever sign of the 2 pairs of signs, all the planets except for the Sun and the Moon they rule 2 signs. Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces, and all of these planets that own a pair of signs, Mars rules 2 signs, Venus rules 2 signs, there's always a Mula Tricona, and that will represent the stronger emphasis of the house. To give an example, for Leo, Venus rules Taurus and Libra. Taurus is the 10th house, but Libra is the Mula Tricona. So the Venus emphasis for Leo is on the 3rd house, which is an inauspicious house. Although Venus is doubly so. We'll get there. But we know that the Mula Tricona of Jupiter is Sagittarius, and the Mula Tricona falls on the auspicious 5th house instead of the shaky 8th house. So we've already talked about this a little bit. The Sagittarius being the Mula Tricona. So Leo's 8th house of Pisces is fortified and given auspiciousness through the mutual rulership of Jupiter in the 5th house, and the 5th house being the Mula Tricona. Now, just as the 2nd and 11th house deals with wealth and can produce wealth, what we read is that the 5th house and the 8th house produce knowledge, and it's self-realized knowledge. Really, the 5th and 8th are both very important in this way, and kind of more important than the 2nd and the 11th, in a way. So the 5th house deals with intelligence. It's a very deep and important intelligence, and it's important for all of us to have a strong 5th house and a strong 5th lord. Any planets in there are going to convey a certain type of intelligence. while the 8th deals with research, with digging deeply into things and exploring things out there. The 5th house is a yoga house, and this is an important key for everybody to understand. The 5th house is a house of exploring internal self, the internal knowledge, and it's yoga. It's exploring through meditation, through contemplation, through anything that causes you to see what knowledge of yourself is important inside of you. The 8th house is a house of knowledge that is the same stuff, but you're not exploring it through yourself. That's why the 5th house is auspicious, because everybody is comfortable inside themselves. The 8th house is neutral, although it can cause instability, and it's a house of knowledge, being one of the fixed houses. It's the fixed water house. You are exploring knowledge of self through the world outside of you, through something else. And it's essentially still a self-knowledge that you're exploring, but you're exploring it through, like, you're testing it out on the world outside and exploring how the world outside resonates with what's inside. And oftentimes you can lose sight of what's inside by exploring what's outside. This is part of the reason why the 8th house can get you involved with things that aren't really you, that aren't really stuck on you. Thankfully for Leo, they're very uncompromising about holding on to their essential nature and what they are, what their spirituality is going towards. That's why Jupiter is such a powerful planet for Leo. The 8th house, which is often shaky for everybody, is always a powerful house because of this sort of shakiness. But for Leo, it's a controlled chaos. That's the best way to put it. So the 8th house deals with research and digging deeply into things. This gives Leo Ascendant a great capacity to be extremely intelligent, as well as to have the capacity to do some very useful research. Gogo Pogo is asking, is the 7th house the house of sex, or is the 8th house? I would say both. Both of those deal with sex. The 7th house has more to do with the intimacy of sex and connecting with people through sex. And then the 8th house is like having sex. It's your vitality. It's how the two people are going to actually connect together through sex. Like the 7th house is the gate for the sex that you're going to have with somebody. You're not going to have sex with somebody whom you aren't like intimate with at the 7th house level. So it's like you got 100 people. You're only going to connect with them through the 7th house of the 7th house level of like how you guys just vibe as humans, as people. So you're only going to vibe with about 30. Let's say if you only vibe with 30 or 40 of them, within the 30 or 40, there's derivations of the sex that you would have with them. And that would be the 8th house, a further filtering. It's kind of silly to talk about these numbers in this way, but I'm just trying to answer the question. Gogo Pogo asked, is the 7th house or the 8th house a house of sex? They both are, just in different dimensions, right? So ultimately, I'm going to pull back to, Susie mentioned that ungrounded people exploring 8th house subjects can be problematic. Certainly. It's very important to be grounded with the 8th house. Now, with Leo, the Leo has a great capacity to be extremely intelligent, as well as the capacity to do some very useful research, especially if they have a good Jupiter, which is the great benefic to all of us. Jupiter is important to everybody, and a good Jupiter can bring Leo some incredible intelligence. And because the Jupiter represents the self in one as the self in all. So a Leo who has a good Jupiter will know, for example, in business, for example, you can find an invention that's going to be useful for everybody because you know how useful it is for yourself. And then you explore how you can, the 5th house is like finding the self in one, which is the self in all. making an invention that's useful to you, which means you know it'll be universally useful to everybody. But it's not just specifically useful to you. For example, a certain type of musical instrument is only going to be useful to musicians, but like a phone app could be useful to wide varieties of people. For example, this kind of understanding is what a good Jupiter can bring. The 5th house can deal with romance, passions, and desires of the mind. And having the 5th lord also ruled by the 8th can give Leo difficulties with passion, with being able to manage one's desire nature and cut it off when need be. So the 8th house just opens up the romantic qualities of the 5th house. Leos can be die-hard romantics, for better or worse. And what I read in my notes from RYAN KURCZAK'S is that Leo can suffer from being overly romantic. This is very true of Leo. I understand the statement, for sure. I find really Leo can suffer from being over-romantic. If Jupiter is not well placed properly, they can kind of be sex addicts even, and they can be those kind of people, men and women. Or Leo can be under-romantic. If Jupiter's not well placed, they can cut themselves, they begin to distrust the nature of the erotic inside themselves, which has such an elastic snap that can be powerful and useful and abundant and carry them further in an emotionally enriching way, in a sexually gratifying way. You know, the erotic goes beyond just sex. The erotic is something that can carry us through with sensuality in all things. So Leos, when it comes to Jupiter, they either have the problem of Jupiter being too much or being not enough, or kind of being both in different times. You know, I have, admittedly, I'll say that I've suffered from this in the past. My Jupiter is in the sign of Virgo, where it's not the happiest. And so in the past, I've even explored brahmacharya, of like not thinking about sex and not having sex, not masturbating, because my sexual energy was getting a hold of me too much. And so I went from one extreme of too much sexuality to the other extreme of trying to hold it and rein it all in. And this is very typical for a Leo, of having a Jupiter that's just hard to wrangle. I would say that I am in this camp. And as time has gone on, yoga and tantra and connecting with a lover that really means something has been a very important part of me reining in this Jupiter energy. So think about it that way in terms of the Leo. You know, a remedy for Jupiter would kind of just be meditating would be the best thing, and exploring, accepting in a healthy way your sexuality, as well as also practicing brahmacharya. Since Jupiter can be unwieldy by being too much and not enough in turns, the remedy for Jupiter has to also be applying it consciously and also reducing it consciously in turns. That's why there's going to be times where brahmacharya, withholding your sexual instinct, trying to learn to get in touch with it and rein it in, is going to be useful for a Leo, while at the same time finding moments of practicing what I would call santosha. Santosha, it kind of resonates with Sagittarius. It means exploring without guilt what does sexually gratify you and getting it. Don't take it personally. Don't feel guilty. Don't try not to feel victimized by the trauma of working through the sexuality that you have. Especially lots of people from certain religious backgrounds will feel very weird about exploring in an unfiltered way what would make them sexually satisfied. There are tantra therapists for this. There are sexual therapists for this. There are people who can help you. Again, as usual, when it comes to remedies, I always kind of recommend therapy as a key one. But in particular for Jupiter, in the case of Leo, if we're talking about sexuality and the passions and over-romancing things, it's brahmacharya mixed with conscious tantric exploration of your sexual desires. So, I'm just poking around at our comments a little bit here. So this is kind of the nature how Jupiter tends to work when it's not well. And when it is well, you usually just end up finding ways of connecting with your sexuality that is natural to your spirit and your soul. And it doesn't feel like something that you have to rein in you rein it in naturally and you explore it naturally. If left to your own devices, you probably won't suffer with regards to this if you have an okay Jupiter. And you'll probably get a lover who's aligned with your dharma, and through them you will enjoy sexual gratification that also is aligned with the spirit of what you're working towards being and building with that person. That would be the ideal situation of a good Jupiter for a Leo rising. Is Mars the planet of brahmacharya? I would say the planet of brahmacharya really is Jupiter. That's what I would say there. Having the faith to explore it and having the faith to rein it in is just that middle point that Jupiter needs to explore and experiment with openly and faithfully. Now, we could talk all about this, and I'm sure that this is a subject that we all would want to explore. But I think what I've given here is a good enough statement of the type of remedy Jupiter should have, and I don't want to spend too much time on this. So I think we're going to read what Ernst has given us here, and then we're going to keep rocking and rolling. Now, Jupiter as the 5th and 8th lord. Jupiter is the lion's pride, meaning his cubs, his creations, as well as his generosity. Ruling the house of creativity and the house of death and longevity. So the 5th house is the house of creativity. That's the lion's pride, his cubs, his children, his creations. So ruling the house of creativity, the 5th, as well as the house of death and longevity, the 8th. Jupiter gives the creative intelligence to create things that last after death, as well as to create those things that break taboos. Very interesting. Witness Mozart, who has done both. Something that lasts the test of time, as well as something that can break taboos. Ernst has the idea that Mozart is a Leo rising. I haven't checked that myself or whatever, but Ernst is usually pretty good for these kinds of things. Now, ruling the houses of knowledge and the occult, knowledge being the 5th house and the occult being the 8th house. And being a planet of knowledge, Jupiter is a natural planet of knowledge. So Jupiter gives a natural capacity for occult knowledge as well as transforming spiritual practices. This is definitely a calling card of mine that I'm interested in exploring myself in my career and everything that I do. This occult knowledge is what we're doing here, ladies and gentlemen, on my channel. Now, Jupiter, as the 5th and 8th lord, inclines the native to share their luck with others, as well as giving others the benefits of their knowledge, as I love to do. Jupiter also has the capacity to give sudden wealth through speculations. Although the 8th house makes the wealth and luck somewhat unsteady, right? So when it comes to Jupiter in a Leo, it might be advantageous to explore having things that can pop, that can be speculative investments, but once one of them pops, have a protective basin, a foundation of other financial things that carry you while you explore these speculative investments. Have your safe diversified portfolio, and then have your risky portfolio, as financial advisors would advise. Because the 8th house nature makes the wealth and luck somewhat unsteady. Now, due to the 5th house lordship, since Jupiter rules the 5th house, it is a temporal benefic. Sharing Jupiter's lordship with the 8th house causes Jupiter to create transitions and crisis that come hand in hand with knowledge and insight. Sharing his lordship with the 8th lord causes Jupiter to create transitions and crisis that come hand in hand with knowledge and insight. Got it. So the 8th house brings some transition, some transformation that we all know from the 8th house. The 8th house is different. I should say this. The 8th house in Vedic astrology is different from the sign of Scorpio. Just like how I'm always saying that the 12th house is different from the sign of Pisces. When a planet's in the 12th house, it signifies loss. It signifies waste. And we learn to let go through that waste. And it also signifies a mutedness. Whereas Pisces is not quite the same. It's almost a little bit the same, but it doesn't have the same significations as a house does. Houses signify specific results or specific things. Whereas a planet in a sign, like if you got Mars in Pisces, it's a very different reading from Mars in the 12th house. The significations are quite different. In the same way, if you have Mars in Scorpio, it's going to signify like strength. Mars in Scorpio is a great place because the sign has an aesthetic. A sign has an aesthetic engagement or entanglement with the agenda and aesthetic of the planet. But a house doesn't. Any planet in a house is going to be good or bad depending on the sign. So Mars in the 8th house is generally unstable. If it's in a good sign, that stability is positive. If Mars is in Aries in the 8th house, it's still unstable, but Mars uses that risky instability to get great gains. If Mars is in if Mars is in Cancer in the 8th house, then the instability is going to rock the foundations of that Mars. It's not going to be a good thing. So the house is very different from the sign. The 8th house is not really like Scorpio. It kind of is. The archetype of exploring this almost sexual level of potential is true in the 8th house, but it's always unstable. Scorpio can be stable. The 8th house is always unstable. So when you have planets in the 8th house, there's instability there as well. So the transitions of the 8th house that Ernst is referring to here, Jupiter will create transitions and transformations and instability. And what it usually will bring is knowledge and insight. And usually more knowledge and insight than instability through the 8th house. Because again, Sagittarius is the Mula Tricona. It rules the 5th house. So Leos should be open when usually what will happen is there will be an opportunity. I'm a musician. I've got this band. We've been doing okay, playing a few local gigs, all very kind of cool. And all of a sudden, somebody finds out about me and says, hey, you look like you'd be a great musician for this bigger band. and you go out and you play worldwide and you become much bigger that way. It would be sad if you had to leave the current band that you're in, but that transition, that transformation, which is a loss on the lower, brings you to a higher height. That's very Jupiter. And it might not. It might not go well. You might go with this bigger band and there's even hairier problems and other things. But it could get you bigger opportunities. This is the kind of thing that happens with Jupiter. It's painful to leave the situation that you're in order to go to one that could potentially be better. It's the nature of transformation. Now, as a natural benefic, Jupiter inclines the Leo native towards gain, though it can be reckless at times. And the 8th house lordship will at times cause Jupiter, I'm going to put this way, the 8th house lordship will at times cause Jupiter to destroy things, but then he will offer a greater inspiration instead. Just as I mentioned with the musician example, right? So Jupiter is an important one. I know that took more of the time. We're at 4:30 here. Is what it is. Jupiter is an important one for Leo as one of its aid planets, one of its main planets of what it is. So that was Jupiter, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Gaston Lagaffe is asking if I have Scorpio and Sagittarius in my chart. Yes, I do. I've got it here, so I might as well share. I have Sun, Mars, and Pluto in Scorpio. The Sun is important because I'm a Leo rising. So I'm a Leo rising with the Sun in Scorpio, and I have the Moon in Sagittarius in the 5th house. That is a key part of my energy signature, my big 3. Teresa makes a good point. It'd be interesting to think about if so there's this Mark Wahlberg movie where he was a rock star, he had this other band, but this big band came up and asked him to be a bigger rock star, but then it went south and it went really shitty for him. Be interesting to know if he was a Leo with a bad Jupiter or something like that, you know. So next up on our docket, ladies and gentlemen, the party continues. I knew this would be a long video, but it is what it is. I'm going to try to get this wrapped up in another half an hour. We've been here for 4.5 hours. I love doing this. I really do. And that is what's happening here. Thankfully, when you look at this, you know, people can watch YouTube videos in their own time. So I'm just going to have fun with this. If it's 5.5 hours by the end of this, I'm not in any rush today. We are sharing our knowledge with the world, folks. And that's what it's all about for me. Now, what we're looking at here is that Venus is our next planet on the docket. Let's see what Parashara says about it. Venus, as well as Mercury and Saturn, are considered evil. Now let's find out why Venus is considered evil. Gogo Pogo is wondering that since my ascendant lord is in Scorpio, does that indicate that I have Scorpio traits, physically also? I would say absolutely yes, this is true. I know, Teresa, you're right. Teresa's saying this can be broken down into a weekend seminar, and I'm just crunching it all in one time. Thank you for acknowledging that, Teresa, but, you know, I'm having fun with it. So, Venus is considered evil for a Leo rising because it rules the 3rd and 10th houses. You know, these last 2 planets we're really talking about that ugly sector for a Leo rising because Leo loves dealing with itself. But when it comes to dealing with other people, especially dealing with other people as itself, Leo has a little bit of work to do given its own devices. So Venus rules the inauspicious 3rd house and as well as the 10th house. Now, something I want to share here. We mentioned the general rules of a planet's auspiciousness. We know that when an angle like the 10th house is ruled by a benefic planet, it's considered inauspicious. Remember what we said is that, I can probably even just bring it back up here. We mentioned that when a benefic planet is ruling an angle, what we observe is that it doesn't make a good hockey goalie. Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury, when they own an angle, it's considered inauspicious. These planets are not discerning about the opportunism represented by the angles. They do not deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. It's better when a malefic owns an angle, because then you've got a capable goalie that is making sure that nothing bad gets through the gate. So, therefore, when Taurus is ruled by Venus, which is a benefic, and Venus rules the 10th house for Leo, and that's an angle. So the angle of the career, Leos might often find themselves getting into a career that is just kind of like a good enough expression of what their talents are. They just find the best way to convey their talents, and it doesn't always necessarily suit them in the way that they would like. Either that, or they'll do a career that they really want to do, and they'll bite off a lot more than they can chew, and it won't necessarily feel comfortable to them. It's just, this isn't to say that Leos aren't going to do what's right for them. In fact, Mars is a deeper pocket for a Leo. They're going to do what they need to do. The thing is that whatever it is that they want to do will oftentimes feel like annoying and discomforting for them. It's like, they want to be a rock star. Great. They're going to put all that they can to be a rock star. They're going to get up there. They're going to get on stage. And, they're going to be asking for, can I get a fan on me? Can we turn down the lights at the front? Can we take some of the heat off the pyrotechnics at the front of the stage? Because it's just fucking giving me a headache. Leo can be sensitive to whatever it is that is frustrating in the field that they're in. They want to be a construction worker. Leos like to be the guy with the checkboard organizing people, saying we need to make this project. This guy up here that's higher than me is saying that we got to start doing this and this and this. Leo would prefer to be that guy. And even dealing with the people can be annoying for Leo, but they do it even though it's annoying, especially if they have a well-placed Venus. They can get over it. So this is kind of where this is sort of coming from, is Leos can be, what they say is that Leos can be lazy. They like to do things the easy way, the way that suits what they are, and life isn't always conducive to that. Now, Susie is asking, how would Venus ruling the 10th house affect the person's reputation and fame? I would say, honestly, Susie, that reputation and fame is more about the 11th house. But the 10th is the 12th from the 11th. The 10th is the foundation for the 11th. So whatever's going on with Venus in the 10th house and whatever's falling in the 10th house is going to say something about what you do to get your reputation and fame. Really what your reputation and fame are. And if you have a really good 11th house but a really bad 10th house, then you might be famous for something that's unseemly. If the 10th house is not good, you might not really do anything that's worth being famous about. But if you have a good 11th house, you will still, again, the metaphor for me is musicians. There are plenty of musicians that I know who kind of represent a good 10th house. And they're incredible musicians. They're so talented. They just love what they do. They can shred, and they're just amazing at what they do. But if they don't have a strong 11th house, or whatever they're doing, they're not famous. They don't have a reputation as being the great musician that they are. On the other hand, I know plenty of people who seem to have the strong 11th house, but who don't have a good 10th house, who are out there and are just being well regarded, and they know how to talk about, manipulate the social media system so that they are regarded very highly. And then you go and finally, when I go and see them live, I'm like, all right, let's see what these guys are all about. And they're about as good as anybody else jamming, for crackers at the local bar. They don't have anything special, but they've got an strong 11th house. Ideally, you want to have a good 11th house and a good 10th house. That's when the diamond is not in the dust. That's when the diamond can be seen for what it is and people exalt it through the 11th house. So Venus ruling the 10th house for a Leo kind of shows that, again, ultimately, just because you have Venus ruling the angle, the 10th, doesn't mean that you're not going to have a good career or you're not going to be good at what you're doing. It's really more about like how good do you feel about practicing and carving into your what you're doing. And if you have a good Venus, then that's like a musician who, like nobody likes to practice. Ding, ding, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. You learn all your scales. It's kind of an annoying thing for all of us. But a Leo with a good Venus will be okay with doing those things. Will be able to sit down and just sort of lounge and be lazy and give themselves the time to practice their instrument. And if a Leo has a good Venus, they can become very good at whatever they're doing in their career. Whatever they're doing, whatever action is actually their skill and talent. Or how much effort they put into it. Because that's really what it's all about. Mercury is more about the skill and talent that you have. The Venus just shows like how dedicated are you to working towards developing that skill and talent of Mercury at Gemini. The 10th house shows our dedication and ultimately how much effort we put into what we're trying to perfect. I would say that's the best answer I have for that. So Leo, even when it's got a very strong Venus, it wants to know how to work smarter, not harder. Leo wants to find the secrets. Instead of spending time practicing, a Leo will go on YouTube and read for hours saying, these are the guitar licks that you should learn in order to be the best guitarist. If they have a good Venus, that might not be a bad thing, because then they'll find those things and then practice those things. So that's kind of how you got to sort of think about it. Ultimately, Venus in a Leo's chart is going to show how much they love dedicating time and effort to their craft. And the third house resonates with this time and effort in a way. Really, they're going to be, desirous of finding ways of making it easier for them to dedicate time to their craft. And that's part of the craftiness of Leo, finding ways of making it easier to put effort to that dedication. And if they have a good Venus, they'll be able to do that. If they don't, then they are going to do it and they'll put a lot of effort into it, because Leo always puts a lot of effort in for the spiritual purposes, but they won't be smart about finding ways of making it enjoyable and easier on themselves. So this is like there's probably plenty of Leo risings who are on construction sites who just go to the boss and say, hey, boss, I'm ready to work. Show me what to do, and I'm going to do it. And the boss is like, okay, we'll just go and do something simple. Go and pick up wood, go and do that stuff. And if the Leo doesn't have a good Venus, they're not going to find out how to get higher in the company. They're not going to learn things that are going to make their life easier. They're just going to put a lot of effort into doing the simple thing that their boss told them. And the boss is going to notice, you're not looking to go higher. You're not looking to use Venus to schmooze, to find self-knowledge that you can enjoy applying to yourself to get further in the company. That's a Leo with a bad Venus who doesn't look for that knowledge that can get them higher in the company. The third house of exploring the limits, exploring what they do for their career, the 10th house, is they're both mutually not good if you've got a bad Venus. If you've got a good Venus, you're going to enjoy what you do. And you're going to talk with people about how to get higher up, even though it's an annoying, painful process for Leo, who wants to be lazy at some level. They want things to be easy. But if you have a good Venus, you can get through the annoying fact of developing in a company and on a skill, whatever it is, right? I hope that's Susie Underwood is always asking good questions that leads me to talk about things in, I think, great ways. So I appreciate that question, Susie, and I hope that answered it okay. So, Venus is considered evil because it rules the 3rd and 10th houses. It's a benefic ruling an angle, and it also rules the difficult 3rd house. The 10th house is status, activity within the world, and power. And the 3rd house is courage, bravery, and also injury, as well as prestige and egoism. Venus can give Leo excessive, impulsive pride about one's accomplishments or wanting to be accomplished. Yet, as with all things, there are positive sides. The 3rd house is our friendship and peers. The 10th house is our status and royal position. This is what makes a Leo okay cavorting with nobility and important VIP people. So the 3rd house is kind of like our friends and peers. So the Leo, especially when their Venus is well placed, they are intelligent about this whole, people will say, like, if you hang out with losers, then you're going to become a loser. If you hang out with people who are successful and rich and have lots of money, then you're going to absorb that. Gemini, which relates in a way with the 3rd house, not completely, but the 3rd house is social networks and friends that are around us. Leo is thinking when they have friends, they're carving the vibration of their career by the people they associate with. And if their Venus is well placed, they will associate with people that will bring them higher up. And if Venus is not well placed, they're going to get bogged down by connecting with friends that are not good for them and are going to bring them down, essentially, is where that's at. Now, this makes Leo a VIP themselves, typically. Usually, Leo will find a way to associate with people who will get them higher up. Again, if you have a good Venus, then you will also have friends that are meaningful to you for the sake of being meaningful to you. Especially if you have a good moon, too. You can let go of needing to hang out with big, important VIP people and just hang out with people who have nothing, but they're good friends to you. And that's what's important to the moon for Leo. Venus is sort of a social instigator of climbing up their own spiritual ladder of ascendancy. Now, we got to remember these plus-minus experiences of each planet for each ascendant have different levels of integration. Some people are good at dealing with the negative effects that Venus is bound to have for a Leo. And this is, again, of course, if you have a well-placed Venus, it's just easier to deal with the negative aspects associated with Venus for Leo. And there's always going to be some. Because Venus is part of the shadow side of, it's one of the 3 evil planets for a Leo. One of the 3 inauspicious planets, we should say. So, Venus as the 3rd and 10th lord. Venus is the lion's pride, meaning his ego. Not the pride as in like a lion has a pride with its children. That was what we saw Jupiter was. Jupiter is the lion's pride, meaning his cubs and his creations. Venus is literally the lion's ego, its pride, and especially in social situations. You guys see me here? Yep. Venus, ruling the 3rd and 10th house, gives cause for pride due to the native's talents and status. Being a benefic and ruling the 3rd house of effort and the 10th house of karma or action, Venus gives a lazy pride that does not want to exert itself per se. Venus also gives, let me just think about that for a moment, sorry. A lazy pride that does not want to exert itself. Right. Yeah, that lines up with what we've been saying. Venus also gives a dramatic flair to the Leo native's actions, and in so doing gives a great ability to show off, which they quite enjoy. I don't know anything about that, said the Leo. And this may also help the Leo in dramatic and artistic pursuits. I really vibe with this in terms of myself as a musician. I love being in the dramatic flair when I'm on stage. Now, due to the 3rd house lordship, Venus becomes a temporal malefic. And this tends to, through Venus, this tends to give self-centeredness in regards of one's actions and interests. There's a self-centeredness that comes from me constantly mentioning to everybody that I'm a musician. I have a Bandcamp, by the way, everybody. You can check us out. There's a self-centeredness that comes from talking about oneself. And God, if this isn't something my girlfriend has always told me about, because I love to talk about what I'm good at. I love to talk about what I've done. I love to talk about my efforts and attainments and how they've all come together. And I love to talk with people about it. I love it. I often don't do it for any other reason than I just like to show off. Although me showing off in social situations gives people this sense that I'm a very capable person, and that can be great social networking when I'm at parties and stuff like that. Since I love talking about myself, I often find at parties that people are like, oh, wow, you are capable at that? You're a musician? Oh, cool. Let me get your social media stuff, or maybe I can get you a gig, whatever it might be, Through that natural enjoyment of talking about my accomplishments, people sense the enjoyment that I have from doing the things that I do. And there's an energy there. It's a confidence that people enjoy in themselves. But it's still self-centered. This is what we mean is the 3rd house lordship. The 3rd house has this clawing, egotistical, not even egotistical, but for everybody, the 3rd house has this unsatisfied nature. That's why we move forward with it. It's ruled by Mars, and it's by nature, the 3rd house. This is just like what we were talking about with the 12th house being different from Pisces. The 8th house is different from Scorpio, and the 3rd house is different from Gemini. Gemini is restless, but it's not the same thing as the 3rd house. The 3rd house, like Gemini, can be satisfied in its restlessness, especially depending on the planet. Mercury in Gemini is like always moving, but it loves it, and it's satisfied by changing. The 3rd house, by its nature, is unsatisfied, and it needs to do something in order to be satisfied. And once it does that thing, it's still never it's an abyss. But this is part of what moves us forward through the 3rd house. The 3rd house is very important for advancing, for getting to the next stage. So any planet that rules the 3rd house is malefic in this way, and it's going to be kind of unsatisfied. The Leo never feels like they are ever fully satisfied with where they are now. I got to do more. That's why the Leo continues to create, continues to advance, continues to progress and try different things. It's objectively useful because it gets you farther, but it's a nagging feeling of like, I'm not there yet. I'm not done yet. I need to do more. I need to convey more that I'm better. And this can be part of what drags, the positive side is that the Leo expands in this way. The negative side is that it comes off as egotistical, right? comes off like you're compensating for something or something like that. Now, even though it's a temporal malefic, because Venus rules the third house, Venus is still a natural benefic. Everybody knows Venus brings abundance and goodness as it is. So Venus indicates talents and diplomacy in their actions with which to further things along. Talents and diplomacy in their actions. And this is why this is, Venus like I said, I was kind of just mentioning that I love to talk about myself and my accomplishments. And people love to talk with a person about something that brings them joy. So there's something about the joy, like an ecstatic child, that people are just like, oh my gosh, look at that. And just everyone loves to hear the sound of a baby laughing. It's the same thing with anybody's Venus bringing them abundance as a natural benefic. You see, even though it's a temporal malefic by ruling the third house and the 10th house, it's also, Venus is a natural benefic for everybody. So while it comes off as, it can come off as arrogant, the Leo does love it. And that's why everyone at some level there is some elasticity and snapback that can bring the abundance that we all know Venus can bring. So it's a mixed bag in that regard. So, looks like we got one left here, folks. And I'd say that's in good time. We're going to be breaching the 5-hour mark here. Oh, well, I'm not dead yet. Coffee seems to be my friend today. I had one coffee and lots of little supplementy things, and it seems to have done me good on this particular podcast today. So I'm glad that you were all here, still hanging out with me. I love doing this stuff. Welcome to Leo with Venus, the nature of my Venus. I love the sound of my own voice, and I hope that you guys are picking up some knowledge from it along the way. Because we got one more to go here, folks. The next one we're coming into, the sun's ultimate arbiter of karma, of shame, of difficulty in relationships, the Leo's true thorn in its paw. I mean, mind you, the thorn in its paw, as we heard, was the moon. But Saturn is, the obstructions in Leo's life. If the moon is well placed, the Leo doesn't have a thorn in its paw. And then the resistance, the obstructions, whatever's in the way of the Leo, it could be huge. It could be the worst Saturn imaginable, but the moon, at least you can pull the thorn out and then deal with what's there. But Saturn is the arbiter of the greatest antagonism. And so we now need to get into this very important planet for Leo. And it's essentially the real, true arbiter of Leo's relationships. The moon is a huge aspect of relationships for Leo, as that 12th house lord. The moon inside of all of us is it's the queen. It's the deep relationship planet. But the moon is like our approach to our partners. Whereas the 7th house is really your partner, especially the 7th house lord. Wherever Saturn is placed for a Leo is going to show you something about your partner and how you perceive your partner. The moon is how Leo perceives themselves in relationship, their own relationship to themselves in relationship to others. Saturn is what we see our partner as, what our partner is to us. And this is going to set up the framework for how we deal with our own problems, with our own shadow. Because Saturn's the shadow planet for everybody, not just for Leo. It just happens to be the case that the shadow manifests itself for Leo in its deepest partnerships, in the intimacy that it with other people that it experiences. So let's start picking away at what we can read about Saturn for a Leo rising. Saturn is an angle ruled by a cruel planet, which is auspicious. But this is considered broken by Brihat Parashara, Hora Shastra. I would say that this is that is one saving grace here, is that we have a malefic ruling an angle. As I said, if anybody, maybe somebody is watching this and they are just tuning into the Saturn aspect of things here. This is our general rules for defining the auspiciousness of a house. What we read is that when a benefic rules an angle, which is 1, 4, 7, and 10, then the angles bring it's how we deal with the outside world. The outside world coming to us, for better or worse. These are the angular houses. They bring opportunity, but they also bring confrontation. Now, when a benefic rules an angle, that's not a good goalie. Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury make lazy goalies. They just let whatever come in, and then they just try to deal with whatever they let in. Now, when you have Sun, Mars, or Saturn ruling an angle, it's considered to be auspicious. And so these planets learn the hard way to constructively maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle, which brings confrontation and opportunity. Saturn is good at dealing and being discerning about what comes to them as their intimates in their relationships. They're good at seeing and being objective and discerning and dealing with relationships. I'm learning, I think Leo risings, especially Leo rising woman, can make a great, relationship psychologist and relationship therapist. Because Leos understand how to be discerning to the nth degree about the relationship, about to be objective about a relationship. The problem is that Leo is a masculine sign. Saturn is a hard thinking, and it's a feeling planet too. But Saturn tends to be guided by earth and air, like the earth of Capricorn and the air of Aquarius. It's aloof. It's emotionally aloof at a certain level. Although the earthiness of Saturn does experience and deal with the feeling side of emotions and relationships, for sure. But the point here is that Leo, especially Leo women, can make great relationship therapists and psychologists because Saturn rules that 7th house of relationships. The problem is that because Leo's a male fiery sign, and because Saturn is hard and crystallized in terms of how its knowledge operates, it stabilizes, it tries to go by rational, logical functioning. It's kind of left-brained. At least the Aquarius side of Saturn is left-brained. Capricorn is more right-brained. And Aquarius is the one that is ruling the 7th. As well, Aquarius is the Mula Tricona. So the 7th house nature is more of what's going on for Leo rising in their relationships. It's Aquarian and how Leos deal with relationships. And it's not always emotionally empathic. Leo sees their partner and says, okay, this is how you are. I know how I am. This is how I am, and that is how you are. There's a this and there's a that. And we have to deal in strict objective terms in order to make this a functional and practical relationship. And I'm not going to budge on the terms that I need in order to operate functionally in this relationship. That's why Leo often comes off as a heavy hand in a relationship. I need this to operate this way in this relationship. And if it doesn't, we're not going to be together. It's been nice knowing you. I really liked having that date with you, but I've realized that this thing that you have makes you not compromise with me when I say that I need this aspect of myself done. I could be silly and just say, like, if somebody wanted me to, like, cut my hair, it's like, I would say to them, like, is that really a deal breaker for you? And if they said, like, yes, I would be like, well, this has been a very nice dinner. This is how Leos operate, you know what I mean? Is this hard, heavy hand when it comes to what I need. It's almost as if the Leo has this sense that our relationship is going to work by me being able to do what I want to do because I know who I am and how I am. And you need to, so Leo is just going to look for a partner who enjoys what we are at some level, who enjoys, and by the Leo is the one who's like, it's a male thing. It's the bird. The bird comes out. The genitals come outward. There's a way that I am, and everybody can see it. So if something in you functionally and practically enjoys what I've been perpetuating, we might have a functional relationship here. And if it doesn't work from me outward, then I'm not going to get entangled with it. I'm not going to compromise what I am in order to be with you. The problem is that emotions are not on the surface. Emotions are not part of the light of the sun. They operate under the surface. So a Leo will find a partner, whether it's a woman or a man. A Leo woman finds a potential husband who works well with what the Leo woman wants to operate through. And it's like, okay, we seem to be working. All right, this seems cool. And then now the emotions come in at some point, and all of a sudden the contract of how we thought we were supposed to operate is suddenly coming into the minutia of the details of the terms. And this changes things. This, the Leo didn't expect that the emotions would come through this way. But the Leo doesn't always even understand its own emotions. So the Leo has to be able to compromise when it comes to emotions. Especially, it's very easy for me to understand being a male Leo dealing with a woman, There are times where me and my girlfriend have been, we if we're having an argument, and I'll be kind of cold and stern and say, this is how we've got to do these things. And I'll say things that can kind of hurt her feelings, whether it's, like if it's an accident and I say, like, I don't like that you do this. I don't like that you operate this way. And sometimes I'm right on that. And sometimes I'm just a bit foolhardy, and I realize that what I was being stubborn about is not actually a deal breaker for me. And we learn this by talking in the way that we do. And especially though when it comes to emotions, there's been times when my girlfriend would say, before we go forward, I just want you to, I feel emotionally bruised by what you said there. And the Leo in me says, that doesn't matter. What matters, our feelings, honey, our feelings don't matter. What matters is, like, let's get to the root of why I said that thing. And she would say, no, let's first deal with the emotions. And we can go back and forth on that. And I've learned that the conversation will get dragged out for hours because she still feels emotionally not good. And I've learned that's something that I have to compromise as a Leo man. We'll hold each other's hand and, honey, I'm not here to insult you. I'm not here to make you feel bad. I'm just trying to figure this out. And then she looks at me and says, I know, I'm here to do that too. But we've got to do that as our mutual natures. I'm going to let you do the Leo thing and to figure it out in the way you do, but you got to reach into my emotional nature as a woman. And every time I do that, I drop the Leo act, drop how much I want to talk about the relationship in this discerning way. I just hold her hand and say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings there. And I'm open to talking about this in a way that's going to be feel good for both of us, but also bring us both what we want. That's all I needed. That's all I needed, was just to connect emotionally like that. Now we can start talking more objectively again. And if I say something that hurts her feelings again, and she shows that, I got to hear it and listen to it. Now that's as a Leo man, talking to a woman, to a girlfriend. Gay couples would be probably very similar to that. Two male gay couples, or two males and a gay couple. Two females would, again, a lesbian woman would be somewhat similar, and a straight Leo woman would still be similar. What would probably happen there is that the Leo woman would demand that the emotions are settled upon first, and the husband would have to deal with that. And there might even be times when the woman, Leo, has to compromise when, for example, her and her man are having a long argument, and the man has another call that he's got to make. And the woman says, but honey, these emotions are primary. They're important right now. And the man says, honey, I know, but I have to make this call. I'm going to talk to this person for 10 minutes, and then I'm going to come right back, and we'll come right back into it. If your man is doing that and saying, I just need to abide by my boundary, go and do something that's going to be a part of my male ego that I've got to deal with, then we'll come back and I'll show you that I'm just as dedicated to this conversation as you are. Then the Leo woman has to not be stubborn and say, okay, I want to deal with this emotional thing right now, so come back. And then if the man goes, well, he only spends 5 or 10 minutes and then comes back and is dedicated and deals with what the Leo woman wants, the Leo woman sees he's listening. He is with me. And we're finding the medium together. But if your man goes off for a half an hour and then comes back and says, honey, we actually can't have this conversation because Steve needs help moving some furniture, and then the man just fucks off, that would be a Leo woman's moment to say, I just got super fucked over, and we're not aligned in that way. So anyway, this is stuff that I'm moving through as somebody. I've just gone through my Saturn return. I'm 31 years old. I've got Saturn in Aquarius. Saturn just left. So I've been learning a lot of stuff like this through my girlfriend. God bless her. She's so patient with me. It can be tricky stuff to learn. But this is me giving an example of, I think, the 7th house ego of a Leo. And I'm hoping it all kind of makes sense, So at the risk of going too far into things that are not going to be conducive to what we're talking about right now, let's get back to Leo rising needs to develop on empathy, for sure, and to empathize with the other person. If you're a male, it means you need to develop emotional empathy. If you're a female Leo, it means that you need to see beyond your emotional empathy, in my opinion. It's important for the emotions to get worked out all the time because that is important for the female ego. And the Leo woman is going to have, to be stubborn in this way that we've been talking about with sacrifice. The Leo woman needs to sacrifice the desire to always be in a state of emotional equilibrium, and sometimes allow things to be a little bit more jagged and to give the other person space to not deal with every emotional situation that the woman feels and experiences. And then just for the, if you got a good husband as a Leo woman, if he says, just honey, trust me, I've got to go, this is just too much for me right now, but I'm going to digest it and I'm going to come back and we'll hold hands and come back together on it. Either way, the Leo has to compromise something in their relationship, and they have to sometimes compromise parts of themselves in those moments, but you don't want to compromise so much that you are losing your essential self. That's a Leo with a bad Saturn, because if relationships cause you to not communicate your boundaries, to not uphold your boundaries, to not do what your spirit and your will ultimately wants you to do in the role that you've chosen in life, then you've either got to communicate that and hold to it, and if the person doesn't respond, then you got to ditch them. So you got to either work it out with the person, and if the person isn't willing to deal with it, then you try a relationship therapist, whatever you got to do, or you just be patient and try to get them to see where you're coming from. But if they never show signs of practically working with the emotional interaction that you need, then Saturn is probably going to make you just let that person go. And this is the thing, is that Leos, it takes them a long time before they finally realize, to develop the grit to establish a functional, emotional relationship that works for them. Because Saturn's the planet of delays. It's the planet of old age and things taking a long time. Plenty of Leos probably, it's often said, if you'll read about in the literature of astrology, that Leos often get a delayed marriage and a late marriage. It's because Saturn rules the second house in the way that we're talking about. So, all this being said, this gives us a little bit of an idea of how the seventh house relationship house functions for a Leo rising. Now, I think I can go back and forth. I think I'm getting too much in my own experience, and that's not what I wanted to do. So let's start reading into what we have for our notes. Hopefully you guys can still see me okay. And we're going to start digging into Saturn as the 6th and 7th Lord. Now, what we read is that the kind of activity that this 7th Lord's activity brings is related to the 6th house, which represents difficult activity. So the activity as the 7th Lord being a cardinal angle, it's tied in with the difficult 6th house. So this is difficult activity. Relationships are difficult for Leo. They often make their partners enemies, or their enemies become partners, because the 7th of the relationship, the 7th house of relationship, also rules over the 6th house of enmity and enemies. Leos like to keep their friends close and their enemies closer, as I like to say. And this is partly what I was saying earlier about how Leo is going to look for, most people have their 6th house tied into some other house. Leo is the only one, because of the way Saturn is, they're right next to each other. Leo is the only one who has the 6th house, which is the 12th from the 7th, associated with the same planet that's also the 7th. So Leo needs to find self-improvement, and they get their best self-improvement through their partners. It is the best way for the Leo to deal with even debt. Like a lot of Leos will not be able to spend frivolously. They'll spend frivolously sometimes. They'll buy things that aren't really useful to their full mission and for their house, for their living equation. And their partner will say, honey, you can have some beer once in a while, but do you need to buy a 2-4? When you buy a 2-4, you've got them, which means you're going to drink them. Why don't you just buy a 6-pack for this weekend, have a few, and then you don't need to buy them all and have them all. And, the partner will help them to rein in the salivating tongue of the Leo for the things in life, right? So oftentimes for a Leo, they'll find that it's when they have a partner that they can see their own energy in context, and they rein it in through the partner. That's because the 6th house of self-improvement and removing debt is connected to partnerships, the 7th house. This is painful because Leo, before this partner came along, I could do whatever I want. And now this person's here, and I've agreed. I've used my word and said that I like how they tighten me and rein in my taste. Because really, our partners, for Leos, our partners can rein in our taste and make it concise. So we have just the right amount of beer in that example. We go to the movies or we enjoy luxuries just the right amount. All of these things can improve us and make us more concise and tight. And it's, again, because the house of debt removal and self-improvement and habitual routines is connected to the partner. Really, even just dealing with people, dealing with our own enjoyment becomes a routine through the partner, because Leos have a timetable and they like to be organized, and they have a partner. And the Leo, especially the Leo man won't schedule time with their partner, and then their partner will say, darling, your emotions might not feel what you're putting the fact that we're not enjoying our life, but mine are. And I'm not going to be with you if you don't take me out once in a while. Take me out to dinner once in a while. You don't got to do it 5 days out of the week, but you got to do it once in a while, or else it's gonna feel like we're in a relationship. And the Leo says, okay, honey, how about Friday and Tuesday night, we're going to go out and enjoy ourselves. Then the Leo gets to enjoy himself on those at least 2 nights a week. It's refreshing, and then he has water to help carry him up the mountain of his desires. And it also connects him with people outside of the abyss of his own desires for what he's got going on by himself. Because 2 heads are always better than 1. So our partners expand us through routine and habitual regulation. We get to find out how we can connect with the world outside of us. Through routine habituation, 6th house, we get in touch with the world and the opportunities outside of us. 7th house, right? So that's true. And in a woman's case, it's also the same thing. A woman can be almost too emotional, too romantic, wanting to have emotional release all the time. They might find a partner, a husband, who says, honey, we can only do it at these scheduled times. So it'd be the other side for a woman, right? Women and men Leo risings are, a lot of the times the rising sign is pretty the same between men and women, but Leo brings out the ego of woman and man. So women Leos are very different from male Leos, but the archetype is the same. It's just working through 2 different emotional temperaments. So Leos, I guess the whole thing that I was saying there is that Leos bring on something of an antagonist in their partner. For most other people, the 6th house is just its own thing. But Leos have their partners as a part of their self-improvement. And it's just like immediately right there. Through the people, they invite self-improvement, which is annoying to have to grow through. The partner just has to learn how much the Leo can take without exploding. It's like, the Leo's got this thorn in his paw. And the party says, okay, honey, can you please take that out for me? And the honey goes, okay. And she starts wiggling. He goes, ow, and takes his hand away. Ow, why are you doing that? And the woman's like, you told me to. You told me to take this thorn out. And the Leo's like, I know. Just don't be so rough with it. That's where that's at. The woman has to learn just how do I do it in just the right way so that the Leo doesn't make a big deal about it and leave her, but still continues to trust that she is improving him by taking these thorns out. That's really the best way we can describe that. Leos, having Saturn in the 6th, having Saturn rule the 6th and 7th, they tend to dominate those around them, which makes sense if you've got this kingly, noble status and if you are healthy-minded. Again, like I said, if the sum of what you are creating with your energy is greater than the parts of the people that you're kind of moving around, then those people will be happy to serve you because what you're doing is important. So the people around you can tend to become like servants, having this 6th house quality. The people around you, which is a 7th house thing, become like servants, which is a 6th house thing. So there can be this subordinate nature with anyone that the Leo relates with, even in particularly the spouse. If Saturn is ill supported, or if it damages the sun, or if the sun damages it, then often the spouse or servants, or people they are meant to rule over or take care of, will try to overthrow the Leo ascendant, which can give a lot of relationship problems to the Leo ascendant. It's because the other people take it personally that they're being treated like the Leo's slave. And it's like a spiritual permanence that is impressed upon the people that can be very gross. When the Leo gets arrogant like that, especially if the sun is damaging Saturn, I can see why Ryan is saying this, is that the ego actually damages the support of those people. That's why it's good for the Saturn to not be affected by anything, because it can see the importance of lifting up those who serve us as much as they lift us up. The qualities of humbleness and humility related to the people one rules over or that one is responsible for can be very, very good for a Leo ascendant. Even if it's just throwing them the bread. Again, even if the Leo doesn't want to operate in this way where it holds its wife's hand and says, okay, honey, I'm with you. I'm emotionally with you. Before we move forward in this conversation, I want you to feel okay. Even if the Leo's thinking in his head, fuck, can we just fucking move on already? It doesn't matter. You have to throw them the bread, even if that's how you have to think about it. Although, of course, a real Leo with a true tender heart actually doesn't want to do anything with someone while making them feel bad. My friend Gunmetal Crow just tipped me $5. I appreciate you, Gunmetal Crow. Thank you very much. It's been a long podcast, so I'm glad to be having that coming in. Now, now that we've talked a little bit about Ryan's notes on this Saturn, let's discuss our final one of the day, and it's a long one, of course. Leos, they're just thick with data to talk about. But again, I don't know, this is kind of cathartic and therapeutic for me to talk about my own signs, so I hope you guys are enjoying that. I'm trying to keep it concise, and I'm hoping that this is all coming through as practically useful to you guys while being emotionally functional for me. Hopefully we're straddling that line okay. Saturn as the 6th and 7th lord. Saturn is the lion's mate, she who does the hunting. Ruling the 6th house of service and the 7th house of spouse and partners, Saturn is the Leo native's strong tendency to be served and have others do the hard or the grunge work. The 6th house is also the house of divorce, or loss of and through partnerships. Loss of and loss through partnerships. The feeling of loss. So it's weird to have, the 12th from the 7th, it would make sense to be a house of divorce, which is the 6th house, right? The 6th house, being Capricorn, is the 12th from the 7th house of Aquarius. So the 6th is kind of known as the house of divorce, and these two are tied together in a weird way for a Leo. Again, I always say the pure awareness inside of us all permeates beyond our astrological karma, which means a Leo can get past the feelings that will come up in relationships for them and still maintain a good partner and a good spouse. But these patterns, these energetic way lines will be there. We just have to meditate, see our ego in context, and transcend those feelings by recognizing the love that we have for the person that we're with. So all of this stuff, the sharing of the 6th and the 7th house, paired with the 7th house of spouse and partners, this makes Leos not very well equipped to work in partnerships. But Saturn, the Lord of Karma, gives little choice in the matter, as long as there is any need to learn. Beautiful. Beautiful. Because, of course, that's what it is. Leos are going to be compelled to learn about themselves and see it all in context, to know what the sun is permeating its radiant light into. Or else the sun is just not connecting, not hitting the earth, not growing the way the sun wants to truly do and to contribute. Beautiful. Now, the 6th house is also the house of debt and karma yoga. So Saturn may give karmic debts that need to be paid to a partner or to society, in which case developing a karma yoga mentality in these areas is beneficial. I find myself a lot in relationship that it's good when I'm doing something. I find myself doing it for my partner. The simplest thing, example I have is, she's working through stuff with her back right now, and it's hard for her to do the dishes. Or at least it's easier for me to do the dishes than it is for her. She still does them, and that's all good. But it's easier for me. So it's way less hair off my back. So I'll just usually end up doing our dishes, and I think of it as a karma yoga. I think of it as, I'm thinking about it. This is the love that I have for this person, and it's good for me. It's my own Saturn that I'm building on by doing this, so it's nothing but goodness. Even though it's taking away from my time at this moment, it's still important, and I'm getting something out of it. That's how I think about it, because when you do karma yoga, you're doing something for other people, but it's karma yoga for yourself as well. It's like +1 to them and +1 to you magically equals 2, even though it's only one. You give 1, but it actually magically manifests as 2. 1 ounce of effort for 1 pound of gain is a beautiful place to be. At best, Saturn may give service through impersonal relationships. Saturn generally gives delays in fulfilling partnership needs. Partnerships are where the Leo native will generally feel most insecure, and that is where they will have to confront their insecurities. In this instance, the lordship of an upachaya, which is the 6th house, upachaya is a house that gets better over time. So, since the 6th house is an upachaya, and Saturn rules the 6th house, this gives effort and growth with which to make the partnerships improve with age as one learns, and as one pays off any karmic debts to their partners. That's what I feel like is happening to me as time goes on. Due to the 6th house lordship, Saturn becomes a temporal malefic, and it may create selfishness with others, kind of grabbing the handle on how we operate our time together, as well as being indicative of the bad karma one has merited that comes through the agency of a partner or enemy. Interesting. Witness again Mozart, whose downfall and poverty was the result of a fellow composer who even assisted him while engineering his demise. That's Salieri. Mozart worked with this guy Salieri, and Salieri admired Mozart, but was also jealous of him. Mozart had the lagna lord, the sun, with Mercury, the lord of wealth, and Saturn, all in the 6th house. And the dasa bhukti, combination of sun and Saturn, ruined him financially and killed him physically. Wow, very interesting. So the dashas are a Vedic idea where we go through this clock of periods, and the hour hand is the dasha, and then the minute hand is the bhukti. So he was in his sun period, He was in the Saturn minute of the Sun period. And that was the time that Mozart died, according to Ernst Wilhelm. Very interesting to see that specific example there. So ultimately, we see that Saturn can create selfishness with others, with the time that you share with others in partnership and etc. But usually what will happen is that a partner is coming to you because you're producing something that's useful to that partner. So a partner says, okay, I need Mozart. So I'm going to partner up with Mozart because he's giving me something I need. And Mozart says, yeah, fucking right, you need me. Now we're going to do things my way, and we're going to do this and this and this and this. And why don't you do these tasks? And the person, if the sun is grossly, like that's being very extreme. But if the partner realizes that the sun person is taking too much of its own glory forward without thinking and being supportive again to those who support it, they will backstab the Leo because the Leo doesn't realize that he's backstabbing them with the way he was operating. He doesn't think about it because I thought this was the contract. I thought I was the one who was going to do the awesome creating and you were going to be my bitch. Wasn't that kind of what we said? We didn't say it exactly like that, but that's kind of what it was. If that comes out for a Leo and the partner is bound to just, even if that is what it is at the outset, the partner's not going to feel good about it. It's going to continue on, and the partner's going to be jealous and eventually take the Leo down. There's plenty of examples that throughout history, I imagine, where this kind of thing has happened. So it's very important for Leo, ultimately, again, in business relationships, to support those who support them, to be a good king, to recognize that your servants and loyal subjects are the ones who are keeping you on that throne and making sure that you're not getting stabbed in the back. Because the throne is a hot seat. Everybody wants to sit there. And if you are not as good to the people who serve you as they are to you, something dark is bound to brew there. Something wicked this way comes. And it's better to just be loving, truthful, and strategical even about thinking about the fact. It's like, you got a horse. If you've got a horse, you don't have the horse's stomach. So if the horse is hungry, you're not always going to know it. You might not think about it. But if you go on beating these horses to death and not feeding them, eventually they're going to get emaciated. They're not going to be able to do the work for you that you wanted. And you got to see it and be like, damn, I've got to develop a regimented thing of supporting these horses that are supporting me. Because Leo isn't going to think about it unless he makes a pattern for it. Saturn is going to teach him over time to make a scheduled pattern for it. And it is what it is. When you have a partner, when you're a Leo rising, you have to share these moments of response and support for your partner who gets you to where you are. Or else they're just going to recognize that you're blinded to your own doings and you're not really in relationship. You're just two people sharing resources in order to make each other's lives slightly more functional, which I don't know, maybe that works for some people, but for the most part, Leo is going to learn the emotional side of things, and being fair is really, because again, the moon is more of the emotional side of things. When it comes to Saturn, Saturn's emotional too, but the gateway to emotions in the moon and Saturn for Leo is regimented, routine sixth house ways of giving back to the people who serve you as the king. That's the only way that you're going to be able to deal with the Leo ego and personality and get through it alive with partnerships. Now, I think I'm at the end of my rope here, ladies and gentlemen, but I loved doing this. Wow, 5:40. Wow, we've been here for 6 hours. No wonder I'm starting to get pooched. I need to eat some food. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can see that you guys are all hanging out here. Teresa's saying I'm going to need a nap before dinner. You're totally right. Hopefully that last little bit there worked out okay for everybody. I feel like I was a little long-winded on the Saturn section, but too much information is better than not enough, I guess. But I digress. I really enjoyed talking with you guys about this. Thank you to everybody for hanging out with me today. We got Teresa, Irene Mack, Thriller Kid, Gunmetal Crow. We had somebody up here. Clara has been hanging out with us. Susie Underwood, La Cruz, Gogo Pogo, Gaston Lagaffe. I really appreciate hanging out with you guys. I love you all very much. Today felt very good. Awesome. Okay, Susie says it was intense but helpful, and so does Teresa. Oh, there's a lot there. You know, there's a lot of just like, I'm moving through so much interesting relationship stuff, especially my girlfriend is a tantric practitioner, and she's kind of like becoming somewhat of like an emotional therapist, which has just been so good for me. So, and I'm glad you guys got to see it live. I'm just going to see if I can look at one more question Gogo Pogo's asking. In the 29th degree of a rising sign, should a person pay attention to the following rising sign? Does that mean 29th degree makes the current rising sign more intense? Okay, so Gogo Pogo's asking about if you have the rising sign on the 29th degree of a sign. Should that person pay attention to the following rising sign? Or does that mean the 29th degree makes the current rising sign more intense? I don't know where you're getting the idea that a rising sign would be more intense on the 29th degree, but you're probably saying that because most of that house will be contained by the sign after. I would generally say, even if you've got your rising sign on the 29th degree of Leo, that you're still a Leo rising. The first house cusp is in the sign of Leo, and the sign of Leo's dispositor, even at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of arc, is the sun, which means that the sun is the conveyor of your personality. It's true that, you know, when planets transit into the next sign, that you're going to still have a deep first house emphasis, as well as a second house emphasis, because the second cusp falls in Virgo at that point, likely. And even if it doesn't, Virgo is always the second sign from Leo. So when you have a rising sign at the 29th degree, I would say it's not more intense. There is a blending, really, of the signs at that point. But I would get a birth rectification if you've got your rising sign in the 29th degree. Get 1 or 2 birth rectifications. See when is your exact birth date, if you can help that. And then just, for me, I would abide by the whole sign system, and then as well follow where the cusps go and see how that adds extra information to the whole sign system, which is how I operate. I've got videos on that if you want to look around and kind of check that out. I hope that's useful to you, Gogo Pogo. Thanks, everybody. I see you guys are having a conversation here. I'm going to poke around with it once I'm all done here. But I really enjoyed this. We had a few people tip me today, and I'm so thankful. Keep your eyes in the skies, folks. I'm Dustin Cormier with How to Rock Astrology. I think I'm going to be off next weekend for Easter. I'm going to be hanging with the Fam Jam. And then we're going to keep going. I'm going to be starting to do lots of videos on the nakshatras in the next coming bit. And probably every 3 or 4 weeks or so, we're going to do another rising sign video. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Let me know if you guys were enjoying this. If you have any comments, have any questions, feel free to leave them in there. And thanks so much for hanging out with me on this Sunday today. It was really enriching for me. Take care, all. Blessings. Love yous.